All right, welcome back, guys. Overwatch Cubs taking on ADG Risen. Just a few technical issues we had to sort out, so we are on a slightly new home on YouTube, a new link. But nothing has changed on our end. Overwatch Cubs putting in a pretty solid performance, although one man in particular, Miru, really stepped up.
Yeah, I think if you didn't watch it, you didn't get to witness that spectacle of god tier Hanzo play yourself. I think you've missed out. Miniteg is a man to be reckoned with. That guy single-handedly clutched a team fight where ATD Risen used Nanoblade, which should have been a reset GG right there, but happened to get 4 headshots onto Risen to just come through clutch. It was amazing.
That was devastating to watch, I think, from Risen's point of view. But they will be coming into Hanamura now, ready to bring things back in their favor. But the question remains, can they deal with Miniteg? They shut him down excellently on University. They did such a good job making sure that Hanzo got 0 value. Route 66, though, they really didn't find the rhythm they were looking for. So coming into Hanamura, we're going to have to wait and see. Is Risen able to deal with Miniteg, or are they going to run into the same issues that they did on Route 66? So, Hanamura, of course, we just saw 2CP in the previous map put such a good attack on, just really smooth, really planned, really well executed. And that's the thing about Assault. These maps, you can put them together really well, you can get a really good strategy going and execute, because the map's always going to be the same when you play it. So, we're going to wait to see what the compositions are here, but from your point of view, do you think we're gonna have? Do you think it's more than just Miniteg that Risen have to deal, or do you think that is the critical thing?
I mean, I do think it is the critical thing, to be honest with you. I think he's a player that has such phenomenal pop-up potential, and if he goes unchecked, and he'll just do exactly what he's done in the last game. And that's precisely the way he punished the team. He was just sitting up on the high ground on the little widows, the silver widow perch. You walk out of spawn and you only see silver widow standing there, and he just got he got the 4K for him. So I think he really needs to be, try to be suppressed, and I think we'll leave that up to Bubbles and maybe
Yeah.
Targarus and maybe even Limros. I mean, depending on the comps that they going to sort of finalize and set and play. But yeah, him on Farah, I mean, he did a lot of work on Oasis and also to finish out the map on Route 66. But Snapper and Cena, I'm hoping to see a lot more coordinated play. I mean, they got away with playing the Roadhog, but now we're back onto the Ryan Zarya, which seemed to be a lot weaker for them, and we're playing to Bubbles' strength here on Winston.
No Roadhog in play at all here, and it seems like such a critical hero on Route 66. Cena especially standing out on that hero. But gonna have to wait and see how the two teams make this composition work, or these compositions work. So far, just staging here. Bubbles trying to figure out an angle, looking for a target. He's found one now. It's the honor he wants. He doesn't get the angle he's looking for honor, but it looks like they'll still secure this kill. The backup is there, but they find Slick as well. A good headshot from Sargeras gets rid of the enemy hit scan player. Mini take though, still being a nuisance in the background, but finding this Widow, this Mercy is very important.
Sargeras is free.
Yeah, Sargeras is just free, and Minitake is not free anymore. He doesn't have the. Ooh, how did that sleep? Where did that sleep come from? Oh, it's in the bubble with you. Oh my goodness. Dangerous play from Zen Master there, but at the end of the day, he will go down, and Risen will secure themselves the first cap.
Yeah, and it was crazy to me is that Sargeras was literally just sitting, on the high ground, the defensive high ground on the Mega, and was just free to just rain down hell from above. And that's exactly what he did. He got, I think it was 3 picks off near the end of the fight. And that's more than enough to secure at least a point capture, if not a couple ticks for any fight, I think, on 2CP.
I think you're right about that. So can Overwatch Cubs deal with him? And that is a bad start for them. Slick getting taken down by Sargeras, who finds another kill onto Minitake. We spoke about a lot of players this match, but Sargeras has escaped our attention here as the res comes out onto Cena. But he's been putting on a clinic on the Widowmaker at least to start Hanamura off here, looks to clean things up. But the Tracer has taken matters into their own hands. Slick will take down Sargeras. An interesting position, it has to be said, from the Widowmaker, as oh no, the Zarya put in the corner, battered down by Bubbles, who can now work his way onto point and clean up some more. Minitake no longer with us here as the Lucio, the last remaining member of Overwatch Cubs. Moira now joins the fight. Okay, lots of trickles coming in.
Oh no.
The Graviton Surge comes in and a Shadow finds nothing. Snapper not going to be happy with that value. The charge goes through as the Genji Blade comes out here, look to pick off the Zarya, finds Minitake as well, and now should take down this. Oh, double headshot, both supports deleted, no stall left. Sargeras putting on a clinic, as I said before, doing such a good job securing the point for ADG Risen as they look to close things out on their attack on Hanamura. Sunbarrier comes out, Graviton Surge now in the other direction, so there might still be something in it. Oh, nice headshot. Are you right though, Miro? It looks like they might be able to pull this one back. 2 tanks left on the point, a couple of kills going the way of the Overwatch Cubs. They might be able to bring this back.
They need a touch.
More spawns coming out. They do need a touch. Slick does get on there eventually, just in the nick of time, but he has to go out. Does he get taken down? Yes, he does. Sargeras, the man of the hour. He saw what Minitake did in the last round, and he said, I can do the same.
Yeah, no, that's outrageous. I mean, the man, pulled the mini take on them. I say, pulled out the Uno reverse card and just flipped it on them. It's outrageous. The man, on I would say arguably, a lot tougher to get the value out of the Widow. A lot, much easily shut down, by tanks and also DPS, and much more easily counted. But he really, like you said, put a clinic on for them. He showed them that we're not here to play. We're here to really get the W in these group stages, and they're really fighting for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a critical match. The loser of this match might well end up finishing in last place in Group D when you look at the opponents they have to face. Of course, the match we saw just before this, 2CP taking on TSG. On paper, both of those teams are stronger than both of these teams. So winning this match be critical for setting you up for that upper bracket berth. That said though, back into this game, we do have more of that Winston Zarya composition. Minitake, this time going to move on to the Hanzo. We haven't seen him play this hero at all. Slick is going to be running the Widowmaker instead, so seeing them switch that kind of hit scan role around. Of course, Hanzo not hit scan, but he pulls the same kind of role. Zagros going to be coming in with the Ashe on defense and Lime Oros on the Genji. So based on what we're seeing here, Miru, you think Overwatch Cubs are going to struggle to push this through?
I think they might do. I mean, if Slick can pull a Zagros on him, it'll be a free push. But I don't think he's of that same sort of stature that Zagros has really put on for us. Those are big shoes to fill. So I mean, I'm hoping they can, but I don't think, looking at performance, I mean, there you go. Zagros is just, he's free, man. He's putting on a show.
He is putting on a show, absolutely. Snap ahead though, he will find Lime Oros, so there's something to play for now from the side of Overwatch Cubs. Oh, mini take, getting the better of Bubbles there, but eventually Bubbles will track him down, take him down, and secure the team fight in all likelihood for his team. That said though, Cubs are still committing quite a lot here. Zagros looks to make a hasty retreat, give himself a little bit of room to work with as he looks to take down the Cubs members. But yeah, Cubs just going to regroup for now.
Yeah, I mean, the ult charges are looking pretty decently fair on both sides. The Nano coming up for Broke Volley, and I think you'll get a lot of value with putting it onto Bubbles, and Bubbles are getting a pick there.
He does find Zen Master right off the bat, so a limited healing now for the Overwatch Cup. Look to come in, but Slick, he finds the pick onto Zagros. That is key, but mini take dropping as well. I think there's not enough gas in the tank here for the Overwatch Cubs as they drop a few players, and Zagros even brought back to life. Bubbles will have to commit to Primal Rage to keep himself alive here. Perhaps not what he was looking to do, but he will find a pick. Zagros recoups that kill onto Slick, so delayed here. This is very aggressive from Bubbles here. He's sending some gifts back towards his team. Can they take down Snappy? Will Bubbles drop here? He's dropping low, but he takes the duel and wins that one out and sends the Overwatch Cubs back to spawn.
Yeah, I was also gonna, as you were saying, I was going to critique the over-aggressiveness. I thought he might get sorely punished, but it didn't seem to be the case. I think if he was against me, I would have said, hey, this boy's free, we gotta punish this kid. But it never happened, and Snappy even came out of spawn and played his life for it. The Blade?
Blade comes out here looking to find some picks. Nothing yet. This could end up being a disaster if they really get nothing into this. He's just swinging away, but
he's still alive.
Is he still alive? Is he really still alive? Dragon Wolf dropping low. Snappy commits the Primal Rage, but he's already down 2. This might be a disastrous team fight as the Coalescence is thrown in as well. Are they going to find anything? They force the Bob out. A nice Bob onto the Bell there just to control the zone as they come through the choke to spawn. Dueling mini take on the Hanzo is a risky proposition, but Zagros thinks he's man enough to do it, and he might just be. He finds mini take eventually, but it's the Bob that put out the work there.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of, I agreed with the Widow pick, to come out of the gates. Maybe you get the first pick and you get value, but the switch into McCree, I'm not too sure about. Maybe it's to shut down Lime Oros and maybe Bubbles over aggressiveness, but I think Ashe is still the superior hit scan when it comes to this matchup. So with Discord on top of that, it should be an easy pick.
Oh, speaking of easy, a huge Graviton Surge comes out, catches 4, and the cleanup is there. That's a very, very quick team fight. Perhaps too quick even for Risen. They might have preferred to drag that one out, but they'll take what they can get.
Yeah, I mean, as quick as it is, you're still pretty happy if you're Risen with the ults that Cubs have in the bank. They're literally sitting on only the Dragon and the Grav combo. And to think that might get all 6 of them is a little bit tough considering how split they're playing. So I think it's going to bank on clutch potential here, and it's not looking good. That's a adamant charge, my goodness.
Very aggressive play there from Snappy. He looks to cleave through the Risen defensive line. Graviton Surge comes out. Doesn't look like it got that many, unfortunately. But Minitake will make sure to clean up anything inside of that. He takes down Broke Volley on the Ana. So Bubbles, though, he's swinging away. He's uncontested. Dragon Strike comes down, but won't find anything. And they've dropped a couple of players on Risen. That resurrection is bold, but it does come off, and she's not even. Dragon Wolf Beanie, though, he finds one. Is he going to find any more? Is this going to be a Route 66 more Zagros? He's not going to let history repeat himself. He takes mini take down, and the script is completely flipped here as Risen full hold Overwatch Cubs on Hanamura.
Oh man, I had my butt was clenched. I don't know what else to say it when I saw Minite come into the point, and I was on his POV, and that flick on the Mercy was grotesque, man. I just wish his team could have been playing on that same sort of look of hunger that he's showing. to throw himself onto the point like that, you know, I mean, Snapperhead did the same thing, but his was a lot less calculated. So I think, you know, for the team to really get value that they need to, it really needs to look a lot tighter, a lot cleaner, and engages need to be a lot more thought through in order to get value, or else, you know, you seeing Saragas and Bubbles and even Limeros at times really just get in 1 or 2 picks and not get punished. I mean, that blade that he pulled out, you know, past the choke point, it was a 1v4 blade. He may have not gotten any picks, but he got out alive only just to be punished by, you know, a really over-aggressive primal. So, you know, I'm a bit of a loss for words right now.
Yeah, you know, the panel opened up by mentioning the aggressiveness of ADG Risen's main tank, and I think that also kind of colors the way the whole team plays. Like you mentioned, Lima was getting so aggressive on that Genji, and we saw Bubbles' aggression on with his own primal rage actually, but calculated, perfectly calculated. He knew exactly how much he could get away with. Now, perhaps against a better team, he might be punished for that kind of insolence, but he knew the distance he could go against Cubs here, and he judged it to perfection. That said, again, we have to look at Minitake there as the player who needs to really step up for Overwatch Cups. Not in terms of his performance, but in terms of if he can perform at that high level that he showed on Route 66, Cubs will have this one in the bag. But what we need to remember as well is the work that Cena put in on the Roadhog on Route 66. That was another thing that meant Minitake had a lot of space to work with and put the damage in. So I'd love to see them lean a little bit more on that Roadhog as we move on to Blizzard World here. Now, Blizzard World, as we saw in the previous series, we did see a little bit of Roadhog come out even from those teams. So wouldn't surprise me to see the teams lean on that here a little bit. But do you think that Roadhog is a hero rather that teams need to be respecting a little bit more? Or do you think he's not quite as strong as we're making him out to be?
No, I think he really is powerful. I think, but it also attests to the sort of player that you are, and that you need to, you know, if you're playing Hog, you need to be very wary of your position and think about how much you can get away with. And I think, you know, Cena has shown that he's more than capable to play the Hog, and, you know, and to get the value out of the Hog as well. You know, to really get those sort of initial hooks off and isolate a target, you know, for an easy, clean finish is something that they really need to focus on. And I think it also really paid off for them on Route 66, like you mentioned. I mean, you know, and going up against Bubbles Winston, which is over-aggressive and can be punished by the Hog, and you saw it even pay off on Route 66, the man could not do as much as he could on any of the maps. And I think it's something that they need to stick with and work with this comp, maybe change you know, little its and bits in terms of its, you know, finesse and how it needs to be played, or maybe even hero swaps. But I think this is their strongest comp that we've seen them on today.
Yeah, this Roadhog Zarya's looked pretty good for Overwatch Cubs, with Minitake backing them up on that Hanzo. On the other side, more Winston Zarya. Or Risen, a comp we have to say as well, from their point of view, has been working extremely well. Sargos popping off on that map. I might have liked to see him on the Widow here, to open things up on Blizzard World, but you can't argue with the results he got on the Ashe either.
No, for sure. I think it might be a little bit harder on Widow, not just based on sightlines, but, you know, I think with this map, especially the AoE effect that you get of Dynamite, knowing that everyone is going to be sitting on this boat high ground, you know, behind the point, you know, you can get a lot of damage in there, allow Bubbles to get in for the dive, and get a lot more value than you would just with the Widow pick. Slick.
Ooh, Slick though, he's popping off for now. He gets that pick onto Sargeras, who's brought back to life by Dragon Wolf, but Bubbles gets punished for his aggressive movement on this occasion, so perhaps not quite giving enough respect to Overwatch Cubs. And Minitake on the sounds of Slick though, taken down. Resurrection will bring him back up. This restless frame helps keep her team in control for the moment, but struggling to find a way in Arisen at the moment.
Yeah, no, it seems a little slow, a little, you know, too ill-paced for the... That's a big anti, though.
Oh, it is. Slick takes down Sargeras there once again, so he seems to be getting the better of the trades on Blizzard World, at least to start with, as Resurrection once again forced out of Dragon Wolf. Oh, Minitake finds Lime Oros, and there's action in the background here. What is going on? The Bubbles all by himself. The Minitake peels to get rid of the enemy main tank.
Oh, Nano Hanzo?
Okay, it seems a bit late in the day, considering that is a beautiful hook. Cena tracks down Dragon Wolf and brings him back into the maw that is the Overwatch Cubs, and forces Risen back towards their spawn.
I'm also a bit lost of words. I would think and would rather like to see the Nano go for the Hog, who has a lot more sustain, and you do it in a defensive style so that when they do come in, with maybe the Primal or even with a Bob and Blade, and give or take even the grab, depending on the situation, you can really negate the amount of follow-up that the team can get through. So it might be a bit of a costing factor for them there, but I guess we'll have to see when the Bob comes out and maybe even the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, indeed. Unreal Nick here has the Graviton Surge. Bubbles gets aggressive now with the help of an Nano Boost. Grab does come down onto the point here. Nice work from Bubbles. He camps the body he just created and kills Restless Flame, preventing him from getting that up. He needs to get Bob off the point. He does that exactly well. He'll even send it into the river. Well, he won't, but he doesn't have to. As Risen have secured this team fight and will get themselves the first point cap on Blizzard War.
Yeah, I think you can also look at Cena and Snapperhead's ult charge, who are they only right now getting up to their first, tank ults. And for me, that is just a bit too slow. And it's, it can be attested to maybe the style of play that they're going for, which is very passive. But it could also just be the sort of play that Cubs are going for, and they're not giving them the pick space that they need, which is fantastic.
Minitech dropping early there, but Restless Flame, as we can see on our screens here, will bring him back to life. But Slick gonna drop as well, and now Rez is not available. Bubbles, though, punished there by a good hook once again from Cena. I think he's been a key in the recent matches on this on that Roadhog. Just getting the picks his team needs as the Bob is committed now. Whole Hog not ready to go for Cena. Just now popped to send a Risen packing, but Lime Oros works his way into the back line, gets rid of Zen Master. I don't think there's a resurrection available for that, so Risen allowed to push a little bit further forward once again.
They really need to get this grab combo up here. It's coming into very much the final fight, so second point. Oh no, that's not good.
That is not good indeed. Cena drops early. Resurrection comes down. He brings him back up. Here's the combo you just mentioned. It finds a couple, finds two, and I think that should be enough to secure Overwatch Cubs the team fight just before the second point. Oh my god, Progress picks himself up a double. He's going to touch point.
The point! The point!
They're not in ready. Oh my god. Listen. Time.
I'm done. I think, you know what, Phoenix? Put me out of here. I'm not here to watch this trash tier Overwatch where it seems so goddamn brainless. I'm out of here. I'm mic muted. You enjoy the rest of the cast. I can't do this anymore.
Oh man, that was so unfortunate. But credit where it's due, man. Sagar's popped off. He created that space for himself, and the tanks just kind of followed him off the point, and he worked his way around. He ended up getting that cap, but. Moving to the second point now, we do have both tank ultis available here for Risen.
Are you following him like a headless chicken? I understand that he's popping off and he got the 3 or 4 picks that he did, but the focus and your tank play is stay onto the point. You live and die for the point. The Slick on the other end is popping off here.
Slick finds that kill onto Sargeras, once again brought back to life by Dragon Wolf's Resurrection. Here is Cena slept on the front line there. Will get taken down, and a flurry of kills coming out of Risen here. Minitech brought back to life, but I think that's not going to be enough to carry them through, although I've been proven wrong by Minitech already this series, as he is very capable of winning some unwinnable situations, but I think Risen are doing a good job of shutting him down and just forcing their way through that third point to get all 3 capped on Blizzard War.
I feel like physically ill to watch a C9 happen 3 times in a row. I mean, previously from a scrim that we watched, which was, we thought that's a one and done, it happens at scrims. And then for these group stage final matches to do it on the same map, in the same spot, on the same point is, I can't fathom what are going through the players' minds when they commit these atrocities.
That cursed, man. That second point is cursed. There's something wrong with it.
Oh,
because the way they just give that point away for free, it's crazy. Oh, but anyways, Risen are gonna have to, or rather, Overwatch Cubs are gonna have to put that one behind them and think about how they're gonna purchase this point. And it might not even end up mattering that much, Mira, because they dominated that third point. Didn't even really take a team fight.
Yeah, I mean that was all actually due to the fact that Bubbles had Primal up, dove into the back, forced the HPs to get lowered by quite a significant amount, popped the Primal and got 2, and for him to do that in the back line and I'm watching Cena, and he's still trying to beam the front line. You can't do that. You can't
Yeah.
let him keep getting away. And it takes me back to that meme where he's like, you can't keep getting away with this. That is exactly what I think of when I look at the way Bubbles is playing. He really needs to be focused down. We saw it happen once for 2CP, and it worked off sometimes in their favor with Stalker getting picked and punished, especially on Hanamura. But I mean, they have to really pull it together here. I mean, look at Bubbles. He's frontlining.
Yeah, he's just completely uncontent. Although, as we say that, he's really pushing the limits of what Winston can do in terms of his HP, but he trusts his team to get him out of it, and it seems like it's working so far. Resurrection from Restless Flame comes out, but otherwise, it's already in the kill feed. Risen just in total control for the first team fight here on Blizzard World of their attack.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in the position of Snapperhead, and you pick up on the consistent sort of style that Bubbles is playing, all Snapperhead really needs to do is see how early the Bubbles is putting down his bubbles, and block off the healing for him. Negate the space and the resources that his team can give him, but they seem to be flipping it.
Yeah, there we go. That's a couple of picks. Slick gonna find that kill into Bubbles that we've just been talking about, and now Overwatch Cubs can really push forward. Slick, just a sliver of HP here. Restless Flame will top him up, but Overwatch Cubs looks like they finally found the rhythm they need to cap first point.
Yeah, no, this is lovely to see. I'm glad they've sort of identified, how to play and what they're gonna focus down in terms of targets, and it seemed to pay it off. And they've got some good ults coming into this. They've got the Mercy Valkyrie, they've got the Primal to stall. Slick will come up with Bob, and Minitig will come up with Dragon soon. And on the side of ATK Risen, Bubbles, and it's only the Nano and the Primal that can really get a lot of value here. Maybe the Bob, but it'll depend on how they play.
Yeah, it's gonna be wait and see as Bubbles gets aggressive there with the help of Unreal Nick's Bubble and a Primal Rage to boot. So he's putting so much pressure on Saga as takes down Restless Flame with the help of his Dynamite, and that could be critical to securing this team fight for ADG Risen. They're getting some return kills though. Mini take an army of his own as he takes down 2, and he's still alive in the background. And Bubbles punished for his aggressive a little bit, and this is the man right here. This is the carry. This is the monster under your bed as far as Risen are concerned, and now he's just pushing forward, completely uncontested, completely unafraid, and of course there's no barrier on the side of Risen.
Yeah, no, there should be something they fear, but Bubbles back in the mix with the grabbers.
Okay, this is a blind Dragon Strike grab combo, not something you see every day, and it's not going to find anything, so that's 2 ultimates, make it 3 now, as the Coalescence is committed as now.
Well, that looks a lot better.
Red grab looks pretty much perfect, I think, Miru, as Unreal Nick secures himself a 3k, Lime Oris will hook up for the 4th, and only Slick gets anything out of this for Cubs. Oh,
yeah, no. That's painful, man. That's really tough to see. I don't know if it was due to panic or, trying to really, just sort of the team sort of hinting in that we need to use the ults and we need to do this, and maybe panic Cena, but he seems rather composed. But that was not what you want to see coming out of your Zarya.
No, a bit of a miscommunication there with Minitek as well. He was ready to go on that, but he had no idea where it was, unfortunately. Snapperhead now getting aggressive on the Winston, looking to open things up for the Overwatch Cubs. Fortunately not finding anything yet. Bob from both directions, I think, actually. So a lot of robots on the field right now. The Graviton, or the Blade comes out. Limos gets rid of Minitig. No resurrection available. Slick loses his Bob as well. But Cena gonna punish Limos. Not much value coming out of that Blade, and that could be a problem. Now the Riz comes out to bring Minitig back into the mix. And Risen are being forced back here one step at a time. And that is the man. He finds is he gonna get those Riz off? No ways. Bubbles with excellent movement there, getting on top of Minitig, allowing the resurrection to come out, and he's even going to get the pick onto Minitig now, just swinging away on the front line here, dropping low.
He's going to get Mercy too.
He gets Mercy as well. Bubbles, a carry of his own right, as he pushes Risen through this team fight and forces Overwatch Cubs back towards their spawn.
The man is playing out of his mind as well. I mean, to get a res like that off for free is just due to the fact that Bubbles just denied the space for Minitig, and he's been doing that a lot of this Blizzard World game, and he's getting picked off by Lime Oros, but I think it's mainly attested to Bubbles. He's really putting in the work as the main tank, and I think you can say there is a big main tank difference right here.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. Snapper, not bad in his own right, but not having quite the impact that Bubbles is. Slick finds an opening pick onto Lime Oros. That might be exactly what Risen or what Cubs needs to push forward, but Zenmaster finding himself out of position there. Coalescence at the ready, but he won't get to use it as Graviton Surge comes up for good use, but that's the combination. The Graviton Surge comboed with the Dragon Strike, and that's a nice quick cleanup for Overwatch Cubs.
Yeah, that's precisely what you wanted. I mean, they could have actually, had that the first time, but they kind of whiffed the grab. I'm impressed that they played that through. It was quite methodical, thought through. The combo got off, and that's what won them the fight. But now we're seeing Bubbles on the Reinhardt, which was quite phenomenal in his own right when he was playing it.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the Moria to constantly pocket and heal him, so might not be as aggressive, but we'll have to wait and
they're
see.
Getting forced back here by this Primal Rage. Minitech popping so much damage, and he finds the headshot onto the Ana. Another one, not quite a headshot, a body shot onto the Genji. He picks off the Reinhardt, he picks off another. It's the Minitech show once again. Not quite as clean as we saw in 66, but he'll take what he can get.
No, you got to take those picks off, especially now. Trying to get the snowball effect off. The Zarya needs to go. She has to get picked off. Good. Now it's on to the next focus. Lime Horus needs to go down.
Ooh, Graviton Surge comes out. We are back live now, and Minitech and Slick working together to pick off two. They're on the back foot. That's a big strike. It finds two, and Overwatch Cubs are bringing this one back in their favor. Snapper takes down his opposite numbers, and it looks like now it's stall time for Risen. There's a ball in the mix here, but they're cleaning up so effectively on Cubs. This is perfect. It looks like they're going to get this cap, and they do just that. The third point cap for Overwatch Cubs. We head into extra time.
And my fingers are crossed that they would end up with some time to make it more competitive for themselves, and they did just that. So I'm really happy that they finished with just 19 seconds extra, to buy them that extra time that they need coming into the first point sort of attack. And we're gonna have to see what the results might be, but I think you're gonna have to maybe attest it to Minitech getting a pick off, or maybe Snap Ahead punishing a support that's out of position with the bubble. If not, trying to focus down Bubbles himself.
Yeah.
Punish him for his positioning, for his over-aggression, and the fact that he's just standing there. And what I was trying to explain earlier was before they ended up clean sweeping them for the attack against AGT Risen. But, with Bubbles stands up, and face tanks in the beginning of the fight, Snap Ahead merely just needs to walk around him, bubble him down to counter the bubble that he has, to deny the healing of Broke Folly and the damage of Sawgrass and Unreal Nick.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing about main tank. It's not always about getting in the enemy backline and shutting down heroes with your body. Sometimes it's good about just controlling angles with your abilities and making sure enemy supports aren't comfortable whether you're on top of them or not. So interesting point there. Compositionally here, more of the same for both teams, but we do see Lime Horus bringing that Sombra into the mix. You like that pick here?
I do. I mean, it's all got to do with key hacks, and maybe hacking Snapper or Cena, to deny the sort of util that they have. And there's the hack on Cena.
Oh, that's a problem, or at least it could be. Snapper dropping very low, but Zenmaster finds the opening pick. Restless Flame will drop as well. So now both teams sans mercy. No resurrection available for either of them as they look to move forward here. Overwatch Cubs, Minitech here on the Genji, hacked up. Might get taken down, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Cena takes down Bubble. Slick will drop to his opposite number, but Minitech comes in with the punish. Nice aggressive play from the carry player for the Overwatch Cubs, and they're going to secure the first point on Blizzard World. The pick onto Cena. Lime Horus is still messing around, and Sawgrass, or Minitech rather, trying to track him down.
Yeah, Bubbles is waiting in the wing there. I'm not sure if he's going to try and contest. He is.
Oh, okay, he does come in here. Interesting choice. Have to see if it pays off for them. He looks to buy the spam for his team. They've worked their way back in. How close is he to his ultimate? Not close enough. A snap ahead. We'll get rid of that pesky Winston. Oh, there's still some players in the mix here. Almost get that full cap. It's not all over for Risen just yet.
Oh, no, the rest.
To come in the rest. That was very hopeful from Dragon Wolf. Won't end up coming off. But there's still Sawgrass in the back here. Dragon Strike comes out. Minitech feels like he has to clean this one up. And he might have been right as they secure the first point.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness. I was just about to say, yeah, Snapper needs to up the awareness game that he's playing on Winston right now. I don't know if the sense is too low or if maybe he's got something in his eye, but he let the Sombra stay on that point for a little too long, even after she had thrown her translocator against the wall and whiffed her getting out there in a panic.
Yeah.
You know, she should have died quicker, and they're not punishing AGD's Risen's, you know, mispositioning and over-aggression as much as they should be. I mean, Bubbles needs to be farmed right here and right now.
Absolutely does. He has the Primal Rage though, so that's 1000 extra HP on top of the 600 he starts off with. Mini Take though opens things up, getting that pick onto the Sombra. The EMP in the bag, so if they lose this fight without using that EMP, that is a disaster. Rez comes out now for one of the team versus Flame, gets Mini Take back into the mix here as the DPS for Risen, just sitting back comfortably, just pumping the damage in from range. Remember, it's all on Cubs.
What is going on?
Perfectly. They can't afford to let anything go down. Now the MP comes in and Cubs gonna be put on the back foot here as Risen look to get aggressive. They picked off 2, 3, 4. All of a sudden, an explosion of kills. That EMP critical to securing a Risen their defense.
Yeah, I'm sort of shell-shocked, you know. For Nick and Bubbles to still live. Bubbles just sort of standing in the wing, you know, sort of waiting for a little bit of healing. And Unreal Nick just to be sort of moving up and down, back and forth like a yo-yo. And for him to still be alive and then still get the mines off is shocking. You know, you can't let that happen. Someone needs to be there. I don't know if it's Snapper or Cena or Mini or even one of the supports who you need to be overly vocal. There needs to be a sense of urgency, and it doesn't seem like there is. It seems very lax. You know, you're playing, you know, a 6-stack comp with your chomas, you know, you're chilling, you know, you know, you lose it, it's chill, dude, it's just SR, we'll get it again. It's not, you know, you're fighting for a stake, you're fighting for a place. The only person who I've seen as hungry on the side of Cubs is Minitig, because he's committing almost every fight. You know, he wants the win, he needs to get this win, you know, to get in a better seed place on the table. And it just seems that there's a lack of urgency coming out from Cubs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just a reminder here, guys, Cubs is 1-2 down, so if they lose this match, that is the end of the series. So they've got a lot to play for here. And a full hold would go a long way to winning this match. In fact, it would win the match, but you get what I'm saying. If they could hold Cubs off Arisen here, I'd be really happy with that. Again, we see Lime Oros reprising that role on the Sombra. We saw how good while they used that EMP to secure the team fight. And this is the kind of position where one team fight could end up securing you the map if you're not careful. So Sombra makes a lot of sense to me here.
No, 100% it does. And I think Minitake needs to, as soon as he, you know, clicks on the tab and can see they're playing Hanzo, needs to take a step back and say, okay, cool. My job is, oh my goodness.
Taken down here. Terrible start, for the Overwatch Cubs, but they will bring him back. Hack onto Cena Minitake now. Gonna get taken down, not quite punished yet. As Bubbles works his way onto the backline, trying to get at that Mercy and the Ash. He won't find any kills just yet, but he's committing quite deep. Limo is dropping low, but he's got the translocator to get himself to safety. But Bubbles is doing such a good job buying space for his team here.
Limo is coming in the back. I like this here. He might get a crucial hack off. Might just poke for more ult charge.
There he is. Doesn't find the hack he's looking for. The coach gun will send him back, and he's dropping so low. Has to bail out now as Bubbles puts the damage in on the front line, working his way towards that Primal Rage. He does get taken down. The DPS for Overwatch Cubs contributing big here as they take down two, but the tanks are still alive. The Rezes come out. A messy team fight as Bob is committed as well. Oh, Bob finding a double Sargeras. Putting in the work here as he picks up a third. Unfortunately, it looks like Slick gonna hit the deck as well. He picks up a fourth in this team fight.
Boy, restless go.
His Bob's just cleaning up. Oh, and Dragon Wolf even whips out the pistol there to take down his opposite number.
Yeah, that's just, again, it's poor target focus and being very split that is not working up for Cubs. They might even get the stacker pick here onto Zen. Maybe, yeah, they do.
Up and taken down. That is a disaster as they don't have much space to work with. Okay, thankfully they have the res though, so it's not all lost just yet.
This is all banking on the EMP, I think, I must say. The grab EMP combo, if they get it off here. Bubbles can clutch, sure. But, you know, can also get burnt on exactly like that with a mini tickers showed us.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Well,
so not a lot of room to work with. Oros does get the return pick. onto Restless Fame. So no direction, and now kills coming in for the red team here. Bob committed, this time by Slick, as he looks to repeat what Sagres was able to do last time. But the hack onto the monkey, he's not long for this world. Taken down, Snapper, that's a disaster, as the EMP is now available for Lime Oros. Graviton Surge ready to go as well for Unreal Nick in just 1%. There it is, throws it down straight away. Stereo Graviton Surges, but it's all right in the kill feed as they clean things up. ADG Risen do end up securing the map and the series, taking down Overwatch Cubs 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, that last play, you know, aside from the EMP and the double grabs back to back, Bubbles really popped off there to be in the back line, sit there, wait until he was about half HP, and push, you know, snap ahead into his own team, and he got fully melted and punished there, and followed through to get mini take as well. Fantastic play, honestly.
Yeah, really nice play from Risen there. Overwatch Cubs struggling a bit, but I mean, anytime you have mini tag in the mix, you've got to feel like there's something that can happen. You can pull that miracle out when you least expect it. But Risen showing that they're not slouches in their own right. Sagras, he can put it in there when he needs to, and Bubbles is just a consistent stand-up performer for this roster. But we're going to have to take a look at our panel for the man of the match, so we'll rejoin them after just a 5-minute break. We'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back to the panel, ladies and gentlemen. An incredibly close game. Certainly Cubs there showing some fights at the end, popping off with a couple of incredible plays between the team there. A little bit scattered here and there, but the victors are risen as they take this 3-1. An incredible play. Mish, what did you think of that? Just quickly.
I thought it was great. Like, honestly, you know, that aggressive tank lineup that I thought that was going to do good work at the beginning, that pulled through fully and completely. I mean, there was some mistakes made on both teams, but it was close, but you know, to the point where it came down to who made the better decision making when it came to ult charge and ult usage. And I think Risen showed really good discipline and respect for Overwatch Cubs, even though, you know, they probably went into some fights thinking they could probably win it, which I think is a really good maturity to see from a sort of maybe lesser, maybe not like the highest tier team, but you know, it's a good maturity to have in your team. It's a good aspect to have. Minitag's still doing as much as he could. I still think Overwatch Cubs put up a really good fight, and I think they should be proud of how they played regardless.
Blur, standout moment for you.
Standout moment for me. Well, there's a couple, but I think definitely we have to talk about the whatchamacallit, the Minitag deadlift. When he would just put the team on his back and, you know, let's go to the end of the map.
Especially on Route
that's a
66
standout
there.
moment.
Yeah.
Yes, Route 66, the end of their principled attack. But I think definitely deserved victors here are Risen. They definitely showed more consistency across the board. They definitely showed that they have a better understanding of their win cons and how their comp engages and plays. So, you know, can't argue with them being on top today.
Well, we talked about how important that aggressive tank lineup was going to be for both teams, and we have, in fact, got a player of the match who represented that better than anyone else here. Bubbles coming through with some incredible plays there. You got to be happy with that win.
Yes, I am very, very happy. I'm very proud of my team. I feel like we all did very, very well. It was a big game for us because Cubs was one of the only 3 teams that beat us so far, and we wanted to try to take it back. We've been practicing a lot, practicing a bunch of different comps, but it just seemed like the double bubble was working the best for us. I guess triple bubble since I'm also there. But we just stuck to that and we played our best. And yeah.
Well, certainly came out with the victory at the end of that, so very well done. Bubble was not popped for your dreams so far in this competition. Got a little bit of a time left to go, but what you did and what really stood out in your play was just the amount of space that you managed to create for your DPSs in the backline. In fact, for the entire team, very, very aggressive plays and obviously good communication between you and your team. Just, is that what you guys went in for? Was this is how we're going to win it? I'm going to create that backline space. You guys come and follow up, and I'll just try and get out alive as soon as I can.
Yeah, basically my way going into this is I only press 3 buttons, right? I press W, I press mouse 1, and then I press control. My team does the rest. So we like it's target focusing in the end, and the alt tracking and planning to combo everything. That's really, I think, what we're strongest with, where we like know our win conditions. We've got an incredibly strong coach, Phoenix Tears. Like, he's been preparing us so much. He's been doing so well with us. We wouldn't be anywhere as near as where we are right now if it wasn't for him. So, and he's been the one that helps us with all of these strategies and everything. And it's just worked out. It worked out well.
So for when you say your tank lineup being aggressive and you watching you play as aggressively as you did, is it because you have your faith in your supports and you have your faith in your team to either get you out of a situation? Like, do you?
Yeah.
So you go into a situation knowing that if you mess up or there's a you can't get out of it, your team will be behind you. So like that kind of follows on to Alt's question. Is just like, do you clearly feel extremely comfortable with your teammates and your cohesion and how you guys play together? So is it just like your experience playing with each other, or is it just sort of your trust?
Each other so much. Like every single one of us, like if we need healing, we always just try to play in sidelines of our healers. We know that I'll press W. We know that Nick will eat grabs and things. We know that Broke will land the biggest nades. We know Dragon Wolf will get the biggest and most impossible raises off. We know that Liam is going to get like 6-man Dragon Blades every fight and 6-man EMPs, and we know that that Sarge is just going to click heads. So we trust each other. We know what we're doing. It took a while, but I think we're improving a lot with that. It definitely took some time to get the playing in line of sight of your supports, and that still is a bit of an issue for us. I tend to like my playstyle. If it wasn't for my supports, I would straight up just be feeding every fight. So yeah, we just trust each other so much, and we know that whatever goes wrong, we'll be able to fix it in the next fight.
That's good.
Yeah, pulling it away from the team fights a little bit. I have a question about a certain element of your game style that was quite prolifically caught on camera multiple times. How much damage exactly do you think you avoided with those tactical crouches? We know that it's a very popular method for avoiding headshots. So how much do you think you were able to avoid?
I think about 69 damage every tactical crouch. That's my lucky number, so yeah.
Perfect answer.
Sorry, just dying right there. I mean,
I'm happy with that answer.
it did work. There were a couple of sniper shots that went over your head. There were a couple of tactical crouches when there was no one around, obviously, but those still are saving you that damage.
I mean, we're talking about an average here, obviously.
Yeah, 100.
It's 420 on most of the other crouches.
Yeah. Sometimes I get 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. You know.
That's like one widow headshot, right? Obviously. So you talk about the improvement that your team has done throughout this tournament. You guys struggled a little bit in the Challenger division. Looking forward to the rest of the tournament. Happy with what you've done? Confidence after especially this sort of match with what you've still got to do?
When it comes to our next 2 games against 2CP and TSG, it's obviously our first Elite Division teams that we're going against. They're they're our highest opponents by far. It's they're very difficult games going into it. We're not going in saying, okay, we're 100% going to win this. But we're just going to keep playing our comps. We're going to keep doing what we need to do. We're going to keep adapting. I think that's one thing that we're quite good at, adapting to change how things are going. We like to dictate the flow of the fight. And we're just going to go in and play our normal game, play our best. We're not going to try to do anything fancy. We've practiced a lot. And if we don't win, then we tried our best. But we're going in with high hopes and normal expectations.
Well, it's a good way to do it. Either that or that's the best way to throw the other teams off. We've got nothing special planned, and there's no strats. What are you talking about?
We don't have a strat for you guys. Come on.
Margarita is coming up.
Oh, no.
Dun, dun, dun. Fantastic. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how you guys do in the rest of the tournament. Any shout-outs to your team, to anyone watching or anything like that?
We just... Shout out to everyone in my team. Thank you to everyone that came and supported us. Shout out to Papa Nick, Unreal Nick's dad. He likes to watch us and support us. So shout out to Papa Nick. Shout out to PT, Phoenix Tears. Shout out to Broke Folly's brother. And shout out to Monkey, Winston Overwatch. Monkey is the best character in the game, and I stand by that statement.
I like it. I agree with you. I mean, you don't have to aim, and that's my weakest point. So, like, Mercy and Winston are my go-to characters all the time. It's great. Where can we follow you if we want to keep up to date? Do you do any streaming or anything like that?
I do a little bit of streaming, yeah. I'm definitely going to try stream a bit more. That's bubbles_69 he. That's the same thing for my Twitter. And you can follow ADG Risen's Twitter. I believe it's at Risen_ZA. We are quite active on there. Quite a few memes and such posted there. So if you want to keep up to date with what the team is doing, then yeah.
Good luck in the rest of the tournament. We look forward to seeing you guys carry on, especially considering even if you end up in the bottom 2 or in the top 2, you will be back next weekend. So I'm sure we'll catch more of your action then.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for having me, and good luck, have fun for everyone for the rest of their games.
Cool. Congratulations on your win and well done on your performance.
Thank you.
Right, so let's talk about the match as a whole now. Mish, the win condition for Cubs there seemed to be let Minitech just do incredible, insane things. It didn't carry them through enough. Yeah, it certainly carried through a couple of the maps, Route 66 being the obvious one, a couple of other ones there. But what is plan B when you come against a team and that's just not working, when the team seems to have figured that out and is now diving your backline as hard as Risen did in this match?
So, like you said, their win condition was let Minitech do his thing, enable him as much as possible. And that did backfire to the point where, Risen figured that out. Like you said, when they figure that out, what do you do? And I think you fall back onto, you can even use that as a bait. You can even use that as an opportunity to punish a dive. Bubbles, like you said, he literally presses 3 or 4 buttons and he relies on his team to get him out of a situation where those 3 or 4 buttons don't save him. So there doesn't seem to be enough punish on dives. There didn't seem to be enough punish or CC or resources put into punishing the resources that were put into shutting Minitech down. Because as we saw in that game, there were a lot of resources pumped into making sure Minitech had no space. He was shut down on his playstyle and he had to play in a different way. If you can sort of, you realize that there are a lot of resources being put into that, you can sort of shift your perspective on where you're putting your resource now to counter that. Maybe change it up. Maybe they seem to be rather reactive than proactive. They would get dived on first. Then they needed to react to that situation. So maybe change it up. Maybe be the team who starts the fights, who goes into their backline and starts things like that. They were doing quite similar comps with their tanks. I think they just seemed to be rather reactive, and I think that led to their downfall because half the time, or most of the time, Bubbles or Risen would make they'd get a pick or they'd do something where they'd either create enough space that OW Cubs seems so scattered, I think is the correct word to use. They just didn't seem to have the composure that I think that Risen did, and so making sure you can punish aggressive plays because we knew that was going to be the thing, and making sure you sort of deviate your ult usage or your resources to countering or making a play of your own rather than being reactive, I think would be the best plan for them.
Yeah, and to actually elaborate on that a little bit more, I think that's kind of very distinctive of the way that Cubs were playing in general. We talk about how many resources they were pumping into to make Minitech viable, but we look at the Mercy doing really well to pump the resources into him. You look at the Reses coming out on him. You look at the Gravs coming out to make the Grav Dragon combos viable. But that's 3 people. At the end of the day, Snapper engages to try and make some space, and we saw him do well on the Zarya. We saw him attempt to do his best on the Winston as well, and sometimes it didn't really pan out for him. But we have to be looking at the other support and the other DPS here and saying, why aren't we shutting down this dive engagement? Because Manny's doing the big plays. He's getting the picks in the fights that they're winning conclusively. He's getting pick off to pick on the Hanzo, and then there's just a Winston running rampant in your backline. So Manny can kill all their squishies, but someone has to be there disabling the Winston. Yeah. Maybe you play a Sombra, maybe you play a Torb or even a Reaper or a Mei there. Mei a little bit dodgy, I suppose, with this comp, but it's just, you think maybe we should kind of lean on that a little bit more, and we have to be a little bit more reliable in hitting those sleep darts with the Ana. And if we're playing Ana, we need to make sure that if we're playing Moira, we're doing enough to keep our tanks alive in those spaces, positioning ourselves appropriately, because Moira is not the most mechanically intensive hero. We have to make sure our positioning is perfect. And I just feel like besides, we look at Cubs and we're saying, they're leaning on Minitech in terms of kind of getting these kills and carrying them through, but there's too many mistakes creeping into other people's play, because maybe they think they can afford to die, they can afford to drop off in terms of performance, and that's not really what you want to see. And they did, when they all played, and they all played consistently, we saw it on that Route 66 game. They could play well, they could, completely, completely just shut down the team trying to engage there. But they just didn't carry that performance through. Their Hanamura was very, very sloppy on their defense there, and their Blizzard World, they when things went against them, they just kept going against them because there just wasn't enough consistency across them.
Interestingly enough, you both brought up facts that back up what I'm going to say. Is you talk about the fact that they need to initiate the fight. Cubs needs to initiate the fight. They need to be the ones dictating it, be preemptive instead of reactive. And we're talking about control. Blur, you had some strong opinions about Roadhog after that first matchup that we saw, but Roadhog on Cena certainly worked for them on Route 66. They tried again with the Roadhog on Blizzard World, not to as great of an effect, but Roadhog certainly a good viable candidate for at least Cubs to take forward.
Yeah, I think the thing about Roadhog, if we're talking about proactive and reactive engagements, or preemptive and reactive engagements, the problem for them isn't that they're playing a comp that they need to initiate first. There's a difference between engaging proactively and engaging reactively. You can still engage reactively but not initiate first, or proactively and not initiate first. You just have to position based on how you see the poke stage going. So when you see kind of Risen approaching in those situations, they're shaping themselves to dive. In certain situations, they're looking to engage. They you should be saying, okay, Anna, you need to shape towards getting inside this. They can't dive you more easily. Mini, you need to get on that wider angle, and we need to kind of bunker down here and make it really difficult for them to get that clean dive that they want. And that's maybe what we didn't see so much on Blizzard World and Hanamura specifically. It's like they saw them come in, they saw them line up, they saw what they were playing, and they just kind of stood and let them rush over them. So you can still play a passive comp with kind of good sense of expecting how the fight is going to pan out and playing around that, but you have to do that. You have to actually then decide. You have to say, okay, we're going to back up and then collapse on them when they push in, but that has to be a proactive decision. It's a process of making that decision. And so with the Roadhog, you're playing around that as your kind of linchpin. You're saying, let's kind of pull aggro onto our Roadhog, and then while there's aggro on our Roadhog, Mini gets on that pillar, gets 4 headshots. And, it's not that Cena wasn't doing work, it's that he was doing something that allowed Mini to get more space. And that's exactly what you would want from him. But they just needed to make that a more consistent play style.
Fair enough, indeed. And so, Mish, looking forward for the rest of Risen's tournament now. We've seen what Cubs has to do. We've seen what they can do. But Risen played a very interesting game. They certainly went with almost a one-trick style where Bubbles led the charge. It opened up the space for the rest of the team and did that to great efficiency. How well do you think that strategy is going to carry on along other teams that can react to it, that may have positioned themselves more accurately, like Blur says? And how did they make sure that they don't fall into a trap of baiting it out and basically feeding a Winston's worth of health into the opponent's ultimate banks?
I think it comes down to your discipline as well as a player and as a team collectively. I think, for them, they've clearly got something down. We used to call it a one-trick comp. Everyone go to whatever you're comfortable with and play that the best of your ability. And they've clearly got this composition down to how their play style is, and they've got it done really well. But, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave it alone. If it's working for you, play it. Sure. If it's a sure way to win, keep doing it. But then it comes down to, if you play against teams who are far more experienced and understand how to play around these things, and use it to their advantage, they're obviously not going to tell you to change up because it's working for them. If your bad composition is helping them win the fight, they're not going to say anything about it. They're going to leave it. So it comes down to realizing and having the sort of game knowledge, I think, the experience and the discipline to go, this is not working. We need to change that up. But that comes to every person needs to be either flexible, or your team as a whole needs to be adaptable. You need to know how to change the situation and your characters or your composition in order to either counter or make your composition work better. It might also come down to things like being again more disciplined in the fact that it might be working, but your mistakes are making it less viable of a situation. If you can sort of identify the things that are making it go wrong, so Bubbles being very aggressive, if he changes that slightly in order to sort of maybe give his team a better chance to heal him or keep him alive, but while still playing to a very similar play style that he has, that's not doing too much, but it's sort of that game knowledge and understanding to know that I need to change something or do something here. So I think, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Play it if it works. And if it is getting to a point where you feel like you're losing your game because of it, have a different composition up your sleeve, change something around, be willing to adapt. Don't be stuck on it all the time. There's nothing wrong with changing something up and trying. So I would say just be willing to be adaptable in that situation.
It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams do manage to carry on with the rest of the tournament. Obviously, the top 2 from each bracket going through to the upper bracket there. So it does mean now with Cubs taking this loss, it's going to be a much harder fight. They're going to try and have to win both of the games coming up still against two very tough opponents that we saw earlier in Team Mist and 2CP. It's going to be a difficult road for them, but they're certainly not out of it. And even if they do go down to the lower bracket, there is space for them. Guys, after the break, we are going to be joining Laden versus Vanguard. Vanguard taking their first game 3-0, so setting themselves up for a good start to this tournament. Laden going down 3-0, which means that their next game is going to be pivotal towards them. It's going to be very interesting to see how they do. Laden coming in 7th seed and Vanguard coming in 10th seed. So Laden having just broken through into that Challenger division, having got an 8-0 in the Challenger division, looking for their chance to prove their mettle against these elite division teams in the rest of the tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to do that. We're going to kick off with that match at 6 o'clock tonight, so you got a little bit of time before we get into that. We're going to go into the pre-match discussion on that in about an hour's time, so make sure you catch up with us then when we go into that. But any closing remarks, Mish, where we won't see you again for that?
No, I just I hope that there's some close games. I hope that there's no 3-all rolls. Again, I'm keen to see how Laden and Vanguard play. Both of them, like, I've cast games with them before, and it's, they have individual and team potential, both teams. But no, I think it's cool to see a bunch of new teams, new names, playing like we did today. Me being slightly less involved in the scene as I used to be, but it's good to be here. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to seeing more.
Always a pleasure to have you. And Blur, the man who's got 2 out of 2 predictions so far, has certainly got a good idea of what's coming in the game. Looking forward to the next game?
Definitely looking forward to what's coming in the next game. I think it's going to be another strong game. I think it's going to be an interesting interaction between two teams who I think are going to be on slightly different paths after the last.
Well, there you guys have it. An exciting game coming up, as with most of our Overwatch here so far in this ATK tournament. It is the ATK Championship final here, where we're trying to fight it out for a 50,000 Rand prize pool. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about an hour's time. We'll see you then.
my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in. Gonna play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Money, me, $2. Telling you now, just pay back. Fuck that. Ask him now, we'll say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on that. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they work till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move from my Kodak. So finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, that's why I had me a clown. It's my phone now, this nigga dead at home. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Having a great strap, I'm almost wagging wheels. Cause I'm back in my zone now.
Alright, don't get greedy now, mate. That's good, settle down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for more Overwatch action. We've seen two incredibly good games earlier, so certainly a testament to the Overwatch that South Africa has to offer. I'm joined this time again by Blur, who's doing an amazing job at keeping us up to date with what's going on with these teams and how well they're doing. And we've also got Naoya Mizuki in for the first time today. Naoya, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Haven't really had the opportunity to be a part of a South African broadcast for some time, so was really stoked to get the invite. Really happy to be here again.
We have to bring in the best, you know. That's what the whole point of this ATK tournament. And when we couldn't find them, they asked me. So, yeah, you thought that was going your way, didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, sis.
I'm an out person to some people. All right, so the match that we've got lined up for this last match of tonight's fight is Laden coming in, taking on Vanguard. Should be a very interesting contest between these two teams, both of them having had their time and done their dues in that Challenger Division bracket. So it should be interesting to see how this goes. First impressions there, Blur?
Well, I think fundamentally the last time these two teams met, they fall into a very similar bracket. The teams you're expecting to go up to Elite Division and then drop straight back down. You know, they're going to struggle to kind of maintain that level of Elite Division. But they are definitely too good to be in Challenger. So they're going to just be constantly jumping up between, and it's up to them to kind of prove their worth and prove their level and push for that kind of remaining spot in Elite Division. Both of them with fresh faces in the roster. Laden having just lost Smiley and Stalker having departed Vanguard for 2CP, and of course we've seen Stalker play very, very well today already. So you know, it's gonna be interesting to see how these teams interact with, you know, regular faces in their teams having departed, and it's gonna be interesting to see how they settle in and play for today's game.
Nari, what do you think is the big difference between, you know, your second string sides that are stuck in that Challenger division, good enough to flatten the floor with some of the other people in that division, but not quite good enough to challenge some of our upper teams?
I think that comes down to macro play more than anything else. You know, you kind of got your individual skill more or less down, and that's proven because you're able to kind of demolish the lower bracket teams. And those are generally your teams that are lacking in both micro and macro. So you've got the micro play down. You know how to play your role. You know how to click ahead or keep a teammate alive. But it's the rotations, it's the synergizing with one another, it's the focus fire, those really big important things that you need to be able to perform as a team. And that's what the upper echelon teams are doing exceptionally well. They have both. So it's just making that extra step into getting your macro play down, and that's how you start to distinguish yourself.
It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams manage to do that then. Can they manage to get that synergy between themselves and the team? Can they manage to put together a couple of combinations? How well are they going to manage their ultimates? There have been already some teams who have shown some dominance in this competition so far, even if they haven't been on stream. In Group A, just to keep you guys up to date with what's going on in the other brackets, ATK dominating in Group A. They've taken 2 games now, 2-0, 3-0 for both of those games. So not really surprising, taking wins over Re-Ace Legion from earlier, and another one against Overclocked Esports. In Group B, Beastie Boys and Vanguard having picked up a game each. We are now in Group B, and so Vanguard looking to extend that lead again, now trying to take another one off Laden. Laden having lost their first match, and Overtime also having dropped a match. In Group C, everyone's played 1 game. Kitsune and Odyssey having taken a win each against their opponents, Kitsune and Calypso. Again, 3-0 sweeps in both of those. Definitely some dominant performances coming out, and that's what we expect to see from our Elite Division teams. And obviously in Group D that we've been keeping up to date with for the rest of today, 2CP and Risen having beaten out Team Mist and Cubs respectively. So if we go into this sort of lineup, you've been talking about the rosters and how they've been a little bit flexible for both of these. When we look at Vanguard, certainly a lot of changes coming in between this team. In your main tank role, we've got Bubbles. Note that this is not the same Bubbles from that we just saw in the previous round, supported there with the Roadhog aficionado that is James. Pyro and Damien going to come in and try to take on that responsibility of clicking the heads that we talk about, and round it out with the team of Possum and Phoenix. So Naori, some names here that we talk about, and certainly some people who enjoy the current meta by their hero picks.
Yeah, I think that being able to enjoy the current meta is probably a plus. If you're not enjoying the meta, you're not really going to perform as well as you could, so that helps.
Blur, any insights into this? We talk about the shifts that have gone out there. They've lost their main tank role that you were talking about, Stalker, right?
Yeah.
And we saw
Stalker went to 2CP. You know, definitely a very strong player having departed the team. But, you know, Bubbles coming in from overtime, playing off tank for overtime. But previously we've seen Bubbles play main tank for both Attuned and for the old WRG Amaryllis. And of course she performed really, really well in the 2019 Talent Cup. I mean, that's a long time ago though. So hitting the ground running, getting that form back up, I think is going to be really important for her. If we see her perform, I think Vanguard's consistent roster, lots of players with big experience there. Passaman, Phoenix, former DDC, Dominion, and Divinity players. You know, Pyro, former DDC, Divinity player. You know, that was a good team last year. That's, you know, 5th and 6th place from last year. And at that level, you're looking at, you know, that's the level that was beating the Evos and Odysseys of last year. So that's a position that I think is really strong players coming through. And I think that's a lot of experience to fall back on. As much as this team might be still quite new, collectively might not have the collective experience of a Laden squad that, you know, collective have all been around. I think that gives them a pretty good advantage having that high level experience.
You know, especially if they've been playing together, at least 3 of the players having shared a team before. That sort of cohesion can carry through, and then the other ones can start slotting into that, which is really nice. When we take a look at Laden Overwatch, having lost 2 players, Blur most notably, in the previously, and Smiley, like you say, Supernova and Darkstar coming into your main tank roles there. Supernova known to be quite an aggressive tank. Darkstar as well plays an incredibly good support tank there to just make sure that Supernova can get enabled for that aggression. Kiri and Too Easy for Daddy coming through for our DPS roles, and the consistent support duo that we've seen in Donny May and Seraphim. So, Blur, you know this team better than almost anyone. What are you expecting to see out of this?
So as much as I was surprised to see Seraphim swap roles. Swapping roles so late in the season, especially when we lost 2 players, that basically means that you're playing with 3 changes. You know, which is it's half your team's up, so it's tough. Kiri, very strong hit scan player, comes from CS, played for Odyssey last year, took a break, and then came back in this Laden squad. Very, very strong player. His aim is actually ridiculous. And Too Easy, or Toes. We can call him Toes, right?
Yeah, we can definitely call him Toes.
Yeah, he's been in this Laden squad the entire year. I think Darkstar is probably going to be quite crucial today. Kind of stabilizing Supernova in the main tank spot there, making sure that he's able to kind of exist and perform at a consistent level. And I'm hoping that we see them kind of operate on a not drop a level. I don't want to see them drop a level. I hate seeing teams play so well throughout the year and then come to finals and then dip. And seeing a roster switch up so dramatically always fills me with a lot of dread. And I'd love, I really want to see them play a good game today, but I really worry about how much the squad is.
Well, you've been pretty spot on with your predictions so far, so that worry could be very well founded. It's going to have to be interesting to see how that pans out. Nairi, we've seen the prevalence of what a good aggressive tank can do for a team, especially in this meta. In the last couple of things, it's kind of been who dominates the initiation, who sets the tempo for the team fight. How do you feel about these teams going into this if they've got someone that's so aggressive like Supernova?
That's the thing, and this is something that I noticed in the previous match that we watched as well. The other Bubbles, very, very aggressive, getting into the back line, and I'll say it, it's borderline feeding, but it's done with so much confidence, and there's so much support from the rest of the team that the punishment from the enemy team isn't there. And that's what's so important. When there is an over-aggressive tank, when there is a tank that is so up in your face, you need to punish it. Because that in and of itself is generally a misplay. So if you're coming up against an aggressive tank, if you're coming up against a Supernova, you need to rally around that person and get them down. Once the main tank is down, the rest of the composition tends to start to fall apart.
Yeah, I think when you're playing that super aggressive tank style though, you know, you're playing that almost like tactical feeding style. You know you're feeding, but you're doing it so that you can buy just enough time for your team to follow through. And that's just always such an entertaining style to watch.
You know, it's about that way up between if you feed, if you jump in and get it wrong, if you don't get any value out of it, if you even just don't get a kill, even if you survive, you've given out a huge health pool to your opponents. And considering if we look at the supports from Vanguard, Possum and Phoenix, both very well known for staying alive. Possum, I've seen a couple of games where he played Lucio, and the number of boops that this guy gets off a map is fantastic. I always love to see that. But these guys are well known for staying alive, and so that aggressive tank has to be balanced up by getting some sort of value out of it. And so it's going to be interesting to see how we get into this. Blur, I want to know your prediction for this. You have been spot on. 2 out of 2 so far. You've managed to get this correct. So the pressure is on. Go for
pressure.
that.
So this is a tough one because it's an alt team. And I really am worried about them in coming to a game where it's a game that previously was incredibly close. And as much as Vanguard maybe look a little bit weak without Stalker, I don't think it's enough of a change for them to really drop a level. I'm gonna back Vanguard for the 3-0 here.
Whoa,
3-0.
confidence.
Wow.
Jeez. Coming out there, I mean, considering the last matchup between these two guys was actually in the challenger, the calibration phase of this tournament, which was 2 legs ago, they haven't really gotten to play against each other anytime soon. I saw Laden on Thursday looking very, very strong. So that's an optimistic prediction. Naori, what do you think?
Well, I think the last head-to-head we said was a 3-2 in favor of Laden, but as you said, it was quite some time ago, and there have been some changes since then. I also know that Laden have a pretty solid support duo. I will never turn my nose up at those two. They are some fantastic players, especially when they play together. If they're peeling for one another, if they're protecting one another, then I think that that's going to lend itself a lot to Supernova, who is the super aggressive tank here. So I don't think I'm going to call a 3-0 sweep in either direction. I'm looking at a 3-2, and I think I'm going to give this one to Laden.
Okay.
I think we'll see a repeat.
Some support coming out for Laden. I like to see that. I mean, personally, it comes down to, I know the Vanguard lineup. I've seen them a couple of times playing super well. Pyro, I know, can click headshots. And considering how good Ashe is in this current meta, I've seen Pyro do amazing things on Ashe before she was as powerful as she is now. I also know that they're very good at controlling the tempo. You know, James used to play on a Mei that I've seen him on a couple of times, and definitely very good at using that Mei and those abilities to shut it off. Is playing the off-tank role now, but can still be very, very useful to have that idea of when you're winning or losing a game. So I'm gonna give this a 3-1 to Vanguard. I don't know, there's something about this team lineup that I think that they've just synergized well enough, and even though they've had a couple of swaps since, they're just calling out to me. There again, I have been completely wrong in predictions so far today, so we'll see. Any thoughts on my weighing in here? Am I completely wrong?
I'm worried that I've predicted the same winner as you, so I've gone off track.
Oh no, like that's the confidence. Right, so we got 2 people on the side of Vanguard. Naira is taking this to Laden, but even then by a close margin. It's going to be interesting to see how we do this. As always, we've got Sun Phoenix and Miru sitting there as our casters waiting for this game, and I'm excited to see what's going to go on, guys. So as we come back from the break, don't go anywhere. Make sure you got something to drink. It's going to be one of our closest ones coming in here, with the seeding actually being quite close between these 2 teams. It's going to be a match of note between these guys. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back everyone. Some more Overwatch action. Our last game of the day, and it should be a doozy. You've heard from the panelists, and they were pretty split on who they were expecting to win this one today. I know Sam predicted a Laden victory. Miru, where do you fall on the side of this one?
I think it can go either way. I think this is one of the games where it can sort of swing, and the pendulum can swing between each of the teams depending on, how well they're playing, and considering the time and how many games have been going on, the sort of wear and tear and the mental of the team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think. So if you had to pick one, though, I'm forcing you to.
You're forcing me to pick one.
Yes.
Man, I would like to give it to Vanguard. Maybe the other bubbles can get the MVP status. We get a back-to-back bubbles.
Oh my god, that's so true. And it's funny, there's quite a decent through line between the 3 teams or 6 teams we've seen today, where Stalker left Vanguard to join 2CP, and we've got Bubbles and Bubbles. So main tank connections all around as you see the games play out today. Like we mentioned, Laden taking on Vanguard. My personal view is probably also Vanguard. I've seen a little bit of Laden recently. Wasn't super impressed with how they performed. That said, they did look stronger than Cubs in a recent scrim. So, there's something to be said about this Laden squad. And you've got players like Darkstar and Kiri, Too Easy, or Toes as he's also known. Just really stand-up performers for Laden as well. But got a difficult squad to face. And we start on Oasis as we have for the most part. We've seen a mix of compositions here. Looking at Gardens, for example, we've seen a decent amount of Pharah and it being quite effective. Mine goes back to Miniteg on that map. And in University, we usually see a more brawly comp with Reinhardt. So you're expecting to see more of what we're seeing throughout the day here, or do you think we're going to see some interesting looks out of this?
Oof, I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Vanguard squad per se, but I know what will definitely come out of the Laden squad, which will definitely be either the very dive orientated and definitely a lot of hit scan coming out from Kiri, especially. As he said, he's quite the phenomenal hit scan player, so we expect that to come out of him. But coming off of Vanguard, I mean, I've seen Damien play a bit. He's also quite good, and I know this is the other bubbles, also quite a fantastic main tank player. So hopefully the Winston will come out too, and it'll give a strong showing, and stand attested to the rest of the main tanks we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a main tank show in a lot of ways today, between Stalker, Bubbles, and now maybe Bubbles and Supernova. Bubbles, of course, spent some time on Overtime most recently, where she was playing off-tank, actually. So she reprises her role as a main tank here, and like you mentioned, a very strong main tank in her own right. Compositionally here, more of that Winston Zarya that we've been seeing all day. We've got Tracer and Soldier. They're locking the legs here, Mira. What are your thoughts on Soldier, especially going up against the Reaper?
I can never say no to Soldier, even though he's trashed here currently, because every other hit scan is more dominant. But if he gets value, bro, I'm happy to see it. I'm excited to see the legs get in there, get down and dirty.
And see what Too Easy can pull out on that hero. But Kiri, my lord, Damien, not up to the task on that occasion, but kills going both ways here. A very messy team fight, as it turns out. Nobody really with a strong advantage, but the charge on this man right here, Darkstar, 24 HP but 100 charge, gonna just take down this Reaper, and Laden actually gonna open things up with a team fight victory.
Yeah, I think Darkstar is one of the players to keep an eye on. As we spoke about him in previous scrims, he's quite the phenomenal off-tank player, and he might not be enjoying the off-tank role per se, but it has such a impact on the field, currently in the meta, and you really got to get value off your off-tank to really win a lot of team fights.
Yeah, and you might even need 2 off-tanks depending on what composition you run. But Pyro looking to put forward here, just put the pressure on the team, but a stun comes out from Seraphim. We haven't seen a single lick of Brigitte today, but he's making that hero work so well. Phoenix moved off the map there, not something you want out of the Lucio, and really the only thing Vanguard get out of this is a kill for James. They are struggling to keep up with the pace that Laden are setting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Seraphim's still rocking the brig, like you said. I also like the legs, think it's quite a trash tier hero, but their coordination just seems to be way better and they seemed way more dialed in when it comes to this composition. You know, really dominating the high ground and not letting Pyro or Damien and Bubbles, for that matter, get value.
Well, speaking of value, they come in straight away with the Graviton Surge. A good Lucio ultimate there. Sound barrier going to prevent too much damage from that Pulse Bomb, but it's still enough damage coming through from Laden to secure a bunch of kills. Once again, Pyro, the only man on his team getting any value, as the Primal Rage committed and really just used to get out of that one. Laden looking completely untouchable here.
Yeah, no, the nano Pulse Bomb into the grab didn't get the value that they wanted it to say, but the follow-up was definitely there, and that definitely gave them the team fight in their favor. But coming up, they've got the grab for James, and Pyro's got the Death Blossom. Maybe they can get a good combo off here, but Visor might be strong.
Oh, Visor is strong. That grab not really in a good position to get any follow-up, but they managed to flip the point, keeping Laden off.
Bye-bye.
Oh, Pyro. Oh, no, my boy. Off the map. Seraphim once again using that Brigitte to serious effectiveness as Damien looks to get some picks. He finds Seraphim. Can he take the trade versus Kiri?
Oh,
Kiri just commits his life to the void there, unfortunately, taking himself out of this one. Bubbles. Oh, no. She's brought back to life. 4 HP. Can't you put the damage down too easy? Picks himself up a double, and the Soldier really making a big difference here. But the point is in control for Vanguard. So theoretically, if they stall this for a minute and a half, they will get up to 100%, but it's going to be difficult. But that pick from Pyro might be enough to start securing them a bit of momentum. But oh man, they are just looking so put together today, so strong as they pick off 2. Kiri, untouchable on this Tracer, picks himself up a second. Is there anything left in the tank for Vanguard? With these kills going the way of Laden, it seems so tough for them. Pulse Bomb comes out.
Oh no.
Damien takes himself out. Both of his Tracers deciding they'd rather end their own lives than die at the hand of the enemy. And unfortunately for Vanguard, Laden are just too strong on Gardens today. The Graviton Surge finds nothing, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue. As I say that though, a double kill coming out of Vanguard here, so maybe there's still something in it. Pyro has hit the deck here, so no more damage coming out of him, and Darkstar is untouched on this Zarya, building up some charge on the Bubbles to put the damage out. Anime has the nano coming back from spawn as the Moira recommits onto point. They're getting kills for both teams, but the point has flipped back towards Laden here. So the longer this goes on, Laden don't mind if this goes on forever, as long as they cap the point, and they do just that to secure the win on Gardens.
Yeah, I think what's to be noted is that, you know, Soldier and the Brigitte pick is, you know, you would assume would not get them the value that they need, but I think they're punishing a lot of the the poor positioning that Vanguard are taking, and the sort of inting fights that they're sending in, you know, Bubbles especially, and Pyro as well. You know, it's denying him the space he needs. He built up that Death Blossom only to get yeeted off the map. You know, yeeted, deleted, just, you know, absolutely put to waste, you know, when swimming. So it shows you that the power of Brig and Soldier is just to deny positions.
Very, very unfortunate there. I'm not so hot on this Reaper, I'll be honest, but it looks like Vanguard are going to try something a little bit different here. They're going to go for that double off-tank setup, the Roadhog and the Zarya, a very common strat at the moment. On the other side, we're going to see that brawl that we're seeing out of a lot of teams on University. What a long flank going on here. Supernova.
Oh, Pyro might be dead, yeah.
Back line. I think you're right about that. Both the Reapers actually going down. Good work from Pyro to get something out of that difficult position. But it does mean Laden are set up on point very nicely now. Vanguard with that high ground. Going to put the damage down, but they don't have any main tanks. It's a lot of damage coming through. So Laden do need to be careful. But with Bubbles going down, that's a really tough position for Vanguard to work with. And now they've capped the point on the side of Laden. So they're just going to force Vanguard back here and just start building that point percentage up.
I don't think Damien gets away with this. Yeah, he dies there. That's for sure. Yeah, I think with this May pick that was coming through, you know, it's going to be really tough for this the double off tank to get any value, to be honest.
Yeah.
Now they're switching off, and I think that's a better idea. But they also need to keep into account that they I was about to say, they don't have the Lucia, but the switch off is smart here. I think this might be a little bit of an even grounding here, and I know Bubbles is quite a renowned Rhino player too. Let's hope they can do this.
I think probably her best here as far as we know. Seraphim though somehow gets the angle onto James there with the punch, takes him down. Bubble dropping low, and Supernova will take advantage of that with the fire strike. Now Laden can look to get aggressive here. Does Supernova commit the shatter? Nope. He's gonna hold on to it for now, and I think that's the right call, Mew.
No, I mean, they don't need to commit anything. The win of the team fight alone, just with with James going down. I mean, the ult charge is still, it's not in Vanguard's favor at all. I don't think they might even win out this team fight if it goes down to the wire.
Ooh, Shatter comes
Oh,
out.
Shatter?
Never a bit ambitious, but they do end up taking down Bubbles with the Coalescence. A double kill for Donime here. She cleans up the Vanguard front line, and unfortunately, Vanguard just not up to the task today. Our predictions are all over the place because Laden are looking way stronger at this stage.
They're looking much more dominant. And, I think even coming into this fight, Seraphim, if he comes in and gets the good beat off, he can cancel a lot, and Too Easy for Daddy needs to get this May ult and get value with the Blizzard, which I think he might do right now.
Oh, Blizzard and
no.
comboed beautifully. Kills coming out here for both team, or for Laden, sorry. Darkstar finds one, Seraphim finds another. Finally, some ultimates coming out of Vanguard, but it's not getting much value. As I say, that they're optics of a couple, and again they flip the point at this late stage, both so low. Damien does find Darkstar, but they don't have the numbers on the point now. Somebody is below coming through. Can Bubbles get the touch? Yes, just barely. And Zarya has rejoined the fray as well, so Vanguard might be able to carry this one through with the respawns coming up. But Kiri throws the Death Cross and out, gets rid of Possum, so the healing now limited for the red squad.
Oh no.
Oh, that Shatter, not finding anything. Supernova getting much better of that engagement, but Phoenix has found Kiri, so a little bit damage limited here on the Laden side, but it doesn't seem like it. If you look at the kill feed, as they pick themselves up a 3k. Donime once again putting in so much work with that Coalescence, and Laden Esports looks like they're gonna hold here, get this cap out. Great move from Seraphim to keep the Zarya off the point, and Laden will set themselves up with a 1-point lead.
It almost just seemed a bit too easy for them too, and you don't want it to be the case. You don't want it to be the case. In that fight, especially in University, it was as one-sided as almost our last game with Cubs, where they were never forced to use ultimates. They were never forced out of a position. But the Ryan just sort of was free to walk in, do whatever you wanted. And to get that value you shouldn't let that happen ever. You should be able to punish them with a comp that's on even grounding and even footing with them. So it's a shame to see.
Yeah, no, very unfortunate there for Vanguard. Looking a bit disheveled, it has to be said. It's funny to see both of these teams leaning on that Reaper. Here we really haven't seen much of at all in this match today, or in the matches today. What do you think the Reaper gives that maybe some of the others have been saying doesn't contribute?
I mean, for myself, I think it's mainly with the use of Lucio, you get a lot of value with Reaper, as he's able to sort of rush in and not be the sort of big size hitbox that can easily be punished, and with the slow movement and with very little escapability. So I think with Lucio, you want to use the Reaper so that you can get value off him and be able to get on off angles, maybe rush in and sort of punish the Reinhardt and force him out of a good position for his teammates. So he acts a little bit, plays much more reserved. But I think that was very one-sided on the case. I think Kiri had definitely outplayed Pyro in the Reaper game for the majority of that last map.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that, and I think he outplayed Damien on the Tracer as well in the previous map, so it's been a stand-up performer for Laden, as we were expecting completely. Moving on to Route 66, though, we've seen a lot of play on this map, but we haven't seen the second point once yet. Unfortunately, it's been 3 holds all around on Route 66. Why do you think that is? Why are these teams struggling so much to push to this first point? I think it's just a lack of discipline and setup play, or do you think there's something else going on?
No, it's definitely largely attributed to that, and I think it's also the comps that are being played here, because it's one of those maps where sitting on big ults is probably one of the most crucial points for any team to hold. The point can always be contested from literally almost every angle, and as we know, that high ground in Overwatch is that's the make or break for a lot of team fights. You just have the natural advantage over the enemy. So I think playing the high ground to a superior way is definitely attributes to enemies that are trying to push the card in, to take excess amount of damage and never be able to sort of get the picks that they want to, because with hit scans that are so dominant now, they're free to reign.
Yeah, no. We do have a bit of a pause here, guys. Not sure what the issue is, but that was called by Vanguard, so they just have to sort something out. Give us a little bit of time to talk about the compositions here, at least, Miro. We see another Widow duel here. Widow very popular on first point. for most of the teams today. We saw Aquatic, of course, running that to great effect. What do you think Widow brings on this point? And looking at Kiri and Pyro, of what you've seen so far, who do you think will come out on top?
Well, I mean, the long sidelines on the map, can deny a lot of the space for the push. And I think if you were to put it between the two, I have a feeling that Kerry might come out on top. And I think you can solely give that to the fact that the supports are playing a lot better than I'm seeing from Phoenix and Possum. And Darkstar and Supernova are also taking space a lot more confidently and denying defensive util from the supports and pressuring down the DPS too. So it might be another one-sided match, but I really hope that it'll be a lot more competitive this time. That Vanguard can sort of pull it together and they can have a good game of Overwatch. Oh my goodness!
Oh my god, that was disgusting. That's your DPS out of the game right there, Vanguard. Kiri just untouchable. Taking control of things, and that's the first team fight done and dusted.
Yeah, no, that's quite a that's the GR right there in the chat. Good round, and it's both the DPS taken out of the gate. But no, not to be discouraged, but yeah, that is quite rough to go through out of the gates. Double pickoff is quite something.
I guess right at the start is the perfect time to have it happen. You've got the whole round to still things out as Bubbles gets slept on the front line, but Kiri is just uncontested.
Again!
My lord! Looks like he didn't even zoom in for that one, but he must have. He does end up taking down Pyro, and it looks like Vanguard still want to make something happen. They recognize Kiri is the problem, and they believe that Bubbles is the solution, but Kiri is backed up here by both supports, and
nice.
Pyro's gonna get raised, and he gets the return kill. That's very nice from him. And there is a resurrection available for the blue team here, but
nice.
Yeah, Pyro finds another one there. Beautiful play from him. He's showing Kiri that he's not alone in this Widowmaker duel, as he's doing a good job shutting down the turrets as well, but Vanguard are not really able to use this to push forward at all by the looks of things. They're still set up on the point on the side of Laden Esports, and with Supernova going down, they might be able to get aggressive now. Bubbles finds that kill, and that gives Damien the space to move forward now, working his way towards that bomb. As soon as he gets it, I'm sure.
Oh, that's a sleep.
Secure the kill. Oh, Kiri finds a kill onto Pyro. This is a good duel. He finds another one. He's untouched now. This is an interesting choice to go for this aggressive duel given the backup that Kiri has. But it looks like they want to take it, and Vanguard are pushing forward now.
It puzzles me that Vanguard could not take an aggro position once they had those two picks. And for me, that's very troubling for the future fights to come. Just shows that there's like a lack of confidence coming into, and that can really just be to a disadvantage right now.
Yeah, very strange that Bubbles now anti-healed on the point of Supernova, looks to get aggressive, working his way towards the primal rage. Both Widows getting paid dirt here, but it's Kiri that gets the headshot onto Damien, take out the enemy DPS. But Vanguard are doing work on the front line here. They pick up a couple, and again,
Pyro!
And he finds another one here. Pyro is not somebody we think of as a particularly stellar hit scan DPS, but he's showing up here and really reminding us that we've got to be looking out for all players here.
Can I just say, I love every moment that I see a Mercy pull out the Glock, whip out the 9mm, and roll some little kiddies, I love that. That's the energy that you want. That's the real, that's the real big energy that you need out here.
Absolutely. Damien sitting with the Bob here, as we can see on our screens at the moment. Seraphim has the Nano Boost on his side alongside the Molten Core and the Primal Rage. Darkstar almost at his ultimate as well. So a lot could come out of this team fight for both teams here, but again, we've got to look at this hit scan battle. The two Widowmakers. Who comes out on top? So far, Pyro has been holding his own here against Kiri, and when Kiri is down, Pyro is popping off, and that is perfect. Surge to start things off here. Molten Core comboed with that. Not sure if anybody's in that, unfortunately, but no kills come out of it. That's a problem, as Bob is committed now for Vanguard. Into the backline, Seraphim taken down, but it's Laden getting the better of this trade. Kiri finds Damien with a lovely headshot as Darkstar burns down Bubbles, and a good start for Vanguard. Not able to convert that into a team fight victory, but that was quite expensive for Laden.
No, definitely expensive, but with Bubbles and James, especially like you said, they have their ults up, and it's just about getting the value now. I think you're gonna have to leave it to Bubbles to really put in the amount of damage into the grab, so we can actually get value of it, because they do have the Nano on Seraphim's side, and they have the Valkyrie on Donnie May to really just amp up the amount of healing that can be done.
No obvious combo in that Graviton Surge for Vanguard, at least not until Damien gets his ulti up. And you really don't want to hold until he gets that up, and especially with him going down, but they get the trade onto Seraphim. So we'll have to look to Donime, who's popped the Valkyrie.
Solo grab.
There it is, the solo grab. And Kiri has been taken down by Pyro once again, getting the better of that Widowmaker trade. Really showing up in a big way today, in a way perhaps we weren't expecting. James cleaning up on the front line on the Zarya. It's just a couple of members left. What is this, Rez? Donnie, if you'd gotten that off, it would have been a mega feat. But thankfully for Laden, she doesn't. And Vanguard pushing forward on second point.
Yeah, no, that sort of play is something that it would make me very, very weary and uncomfortable to see out of my Mercy do. It's complete brain dead play, but here we go for the contest.
Oh man, Nanabu's coming out here for the Winston, getting aggressive now. Is super
C9?
Oh no! Second point once again.
C9?
The bane of these teams' existence as they give away the point for free. No team fight needed. Kiri popping off, but it's too little too late. This point is already Vanguard's.
You can see there's a lack of the basic EGD education out here because the mans don't know what numbers are and when to contest and counting down the amount of meters to when the point is contested and when it's capped, because now it's the fourth time that a second point has been C9'd essentially, and it's really the Papega brain is out today. These kids must be tired because it's not looking good.
It's been a long day, unfortunately, but we still have Blizzard World after this as well, so I hope you're ready for that one.
C9 version 5, dude.
Exactly, dude. In a row, Bubbles getting aggressive here. Primal Rage at the ready should she choose to commit it. Kiri though finds the first pick, but immediately 2 picks in either direction following that. So a lot to play for both of these teams. With that second pick from Too Easy, I think should seal the deal for Vanguard. They have to get back here, and Laden are going to hold firm at the corner of third point.
What's crazy to me is when I looked at that fight from my perspective, it actually looked decently winnable even though they were down the 2, because both DPS were just sitting on the high grounds without any support by their side. You only have Seraphim to really pocket, and the only ones that could punish the tanks going in there was with Donime and the tanks, but that didn't happen, and Kiri was sitting so free on the right side. I think there needs to be a lot more of a cleaner line of communication so that they can understand which targets are free and out of position here for Vanguard. I mean, Bubbles is just face tanking.
Oh, traded Graviton Surges in stereo here, but one has a Dragon Blade to back it up. Damien opens Vanguard's account straight away with a kill onto Darkstar, and the follow-up is there from James as well. But
Monkey in the back.
Primal Rage here, and he's making a serious nuisance of himself. And so is this Coalescence from Donnie Mace. It's not all over. Point is marching forward here. Laden need to get back and defend, prevent this from going all the way through as the respawns come out from the blue side. Bubbles getting aggressive now with this Primal Rage. Bob committed here, but she's put in a corner and taken down. I heard a sleep come out, but it didn't find anything as Bubbles dropping very low here. Pyro gets Seraphim. The DPS doing such a good job on the side of Vanguard of cleaning up the stragglers of Laden Esports as Vanguard continue to push forward. Pyro does have the Deadeye here. Should he choose to commit it? He's putting the pressure on the Zarya. Dropping low, not taken down. Just in the nick of time, his supports back him up. The Dragon Strike, or rather the Deadeye, comes out looking to put the damage.
Bubbles is punished.
Bubbles is punished, taken down as Darkstar finds that kill. James, high charge, but not many targets to find as Darkstar finds his second of the team fight. Laden might just be doing it here, forcing Vanguard back towards their spawn with 10 seconds on the clock. They might not even have another opportunity to get back in here.
I don't think they touch. I don't think they touch.
Point. Ooh, Bubbles does manage to just barely get a body on. Supernova going down, but Too Easy in the backline here. Nobody can deal with him because they have to get to point. The nano boost onto Bubbles, keeping her healthy. She can pump the damage out now and stay alive pretty effectively. And she could be key to securing this one point. Kiri is here, but she's just the only one left, and he's under so much pressure from Damien. Damien blinking into the boxes there, works his way around as Vanguard are pushing forward. Pulse Bomb onto Darkstar, but the bubble will keep him healthy. Vanguard still in this one, still pushing forward and capping the third point.
Yeah, I'm glad they got the cap on the point, but I'm not sure what sort of line of communication is happening, because Kiri's is sitting on the high ground most of the fights, really uncontested, and without the Mercy by his side, he doesn't have much for peel. Like, he for me would be the prime target to go in for. And I'm watching Bubbles, she's sort of looking left, right, back, forwards, not entirely sure where to go. Taking the spam damage, but if you deny the Ashe the space, you know, that's most of the team damage out of the window.
Yeah. Very, very tough position there. Too Easy's currently sitting on that Reaper. I don't know, dog. That Reaper, I haven't been feeling it, but I suppose they'll be on the attack now. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to look at that Widowmaker duel again. Now, based on what we saw in the previous round, Pyro, no slouch in that department. Kerry, I think still perhaps a bit favored, but he really has to be careful of Pyro on the opposite side.
No, he's taking him toe for toe. It's been what I would say is one of the more, you know, evenly sort of matched Widow duels that we've seen today.
Yeah.
You know, between the two. So I think these can really, you know, go either way and swing either way with a lot of the fights. You know, have it be Pyro come through and smack Kiri and get like a 3k or a 2k can really swing the fight in their favor. But I want the tanks to sort of really, you know, follow through with the momentum of those picks. You know, that's when the aggression needs to come out, and I need to see Bubbles play with a little bit more fire, a little bit more vigor in the step.
I think I'm concerned about Laden's lineup though. If they cannot deal with Pyro, if Kiri cannot win that duel, they've got no way to get on top of this Widowmaker and no shields to protect the team. So positioning is tantamount if Kiri can't find that opening. That Pyro taken down, no problem. Both DPS in the grave now as Kiri shows up once again, dueling the Ana now. It's Damien the choice to bring back here.
Kiri again!
Phoenix, but Kiri gets rid of Damien in a moment's notice here. The man is popping off. Both Widows showing up today.
Yeah, I mean, Kiri is just on a stellar roll right now. He's not giving no space for no one. I mean, Pyro's gotta watch out. I mean, Kiri looks like he's pissed off or something, but he's playing out of his mind right now.
I think he was expecting to be the stronger Widow today, and when Pyro kind of showed up as well, it did make him angry, you know? Yeah. He's having to really dumpster the kid to prove his point. We'll have to wait and see if that continues here, if Pyro can bring it on back as Laden pushing forward here. That's a bad hook, Supernova. 1 HP literally taken down eventually, but it's all Laden in the kill feed, pushing forward, finding all the kills. It's just Bubbles left for her team. She's going to try and get out of there, but no way is she getting out of that one as Laden get a pretty quick cap on the first point.
For me, it's so weird because running the Reaper, he should never get value. Like, Too Easy for Daddy should always be taking an L in these fights. You know, whether or not Kiri, like he is currently, is dominating the Widow battle, and whether or not that's the case, you know, it shouldn't give that much space to, you know, for the Reaper to get value. You know, the tank should be focusing down a little bit more. You know, really focus the util on getting the Wraith form out and then focusing. Oof.
Oh no, Kiri finds the opening pick onto Damien. Rez forced out
Pyro's
from
1
Phoenix.
HP.
Pyro's 1 HP, so low, under so much pressure, but not taken down just yet. But this man right here on the screen, Kiri, uncontested. He's got room to put the damage in, now looking to take the duel against Pyro. This is a good bubble, but that just buys space for Luis to find his way around and get the big death blossom that takes down 2. Damien does get rid of him eventually, but I think it's a little bit too late. Kiri was killed in the meanwhile as well, but Donime happy to burn the resurrection on that. Nano boosted whole hog, perhaps a bit late in the day, cleans up the rest of the team fight, but that ends up being a very expensive team fight for Laden Esports, but it will help them secure the second point.
Yeah, I think coming into this with Vanguard's all six ults being up, I think they should theoretically lose the next fight. Laden should take the L on this fight, but with the way that Kiri's been playing, I think anything is possible, honestly.
Yeah. I agree, and I mean, even then, there's 5 minutes left to defend, and that is a concern. Your Vanguard, if you win this team fight, cool, but you still got 5 more to win after that. And so far, they haven't looked strong on this defense. Kiri working his way towards his ulti.
Oh no, the hook!
Oh no, Phoenix caught out of position there by a great hook from Darkstar. Finds that kill, but the ultimate's now coming into play for Vanguard. Too Easy, taking a nap on the point here. Bubble's not quite sure if she wants to wake up the sleeping beast. Ends up going for it, and now Too Easy going to try and run his way out of here. Taken down eventually, but an expensive team fight, but they hold both support ultis, so still some stuff to work with into the next team fight.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the only thing that they already have is this grab, and not too much to go with. The 2D for Daddy didn't get any all charge value coming into that fight. I mean, due to the amount of ults that were invested by Vanguard. But, you know, I think he really needs to focus on putting in this damage into James right now, who's taken on the role of playing Roadhog. Really try and shut him down.
Yeah, compositional switch up for the tanks here, interestingly enough. They
Oh,
feel like
that's
they're
a
gonna
hook.
that hook. Almost taken down. James is eventually punished for that as we see a Nanoid McCree getting aggro here. A Seraphim pushing the point forward, but Darkstar and Seraphim getting the kills. Damien fires back with one onto Darkstar, and remember the spawns are very much in favor of Vanguard here. So as this draws out, Pyro finds the pick onto Kerry, but he's taking a nap for his troubles. Phoenix gets Bubbles back into the fray, but the cart is marching forward. Yellow box of victory right on the edge there, just at the threshold of victory. And that Graviton Surge might push them over, but a good Deadeye buying space for Vanguard, waiting for the spawns to come through, but it might not be enough as Ladon are just forcing their way forward onto point. Oh, that hook taken down. Supernova not in the fight anymore, but still picks coming up for Ladon Esports, but spawns favoring Vanguard as I mentioned. Pyro going down. Kiri still in the mix, being such a nuisance as the ball comes through. Ultimate from 2 easy, booped back, not finding much value out of that, but if they can get rid of this ball, that will put them in a good position to capture point on the side of Laden. But as time ticks away, it's better and better for Vanguard, but that kill onto onto Possum, gonna be troublesome. Bubbles goes down. It's just the Hog coming back in now. Can he get the touch? He does just that, but it's not gonna be enough for them to hold this third point, and Laden will cap with almost 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I think the very, very late spawn switch from Bubbles and James was not the right call. I don't think you do that late into a fight, without the consideration of tracking, Darkstar's ult charge and the sort of damage that he's putting into these fights. I mean, he's outshining James in most of the fights that occur. So for you to switch off and reset your ult economy like that is such a risk. You're putting it into the hands of the individual skill and mechanical play of yourselves to win the team fights, which, as we've seen, is just not working on the favor on the defense.
Yeah, it seems like they're really struggling to actually just grind out those team fight wins. In fact, the only one they won, I think, was the one where they had 6 ultimates. And if you need 6 ultimates to win a team fight, you're gonna not win a lot of team fights in Overwatch. Looking at the compositions, though, we see James messing around on a Sigma. Please, Lord, hopefully we don't see that. Not because I hate the hero, but he is hot garbage at the moment. On the side of Laden, though, defensively, they're running the round, the Hog Zora that we've been seeing so much today. Kiri going to reprise his role on the Widowmaker, and so far, no response to that for Vanguard on their next attack. We don't see any of these teams defending aggressively here, Miru, but you liking Laden's chances with this composition against what Vanguard are showing?
Yeah, I think so. I think Darkstar really just plays his heart out, and we do see the hard dog shit tier Sigma coming out for reasons unknown. I mean, with a Brig to go along with it, I don't know what's going on.
Well, this is their chance to prove us wrong or something, I guess, because this
They have a Reaper too.
This combo on paper looks doo-doo.
It's completely
but,
trash.
It might be so doo-doo that it comes all the way back down to being good if they can get some value.
I think we take that back real fast.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit concerning. You mentioned Darkstar, and he's popping off in this team fight. Gets a triple, the hook onto the Sigma, gonna get rid of him. And with 15 seconds left in the clock, but it dies straight for Vanguard.
Yeah, I have no words to fully comprehend what in God's name that comp was, and what value they were looking to get out of it. I mean, the charge in to try and touch, and that's it.
Yeah. Perhaps a little bit on the predictable side from our point of view, but if you're Vanguard, maybe you feel like you've got to do something wacky to set Laden off their footing a little bit, because your defense didn't look great, and when you're mirroring those compositions, Laden looks so much more put together.
Yeah, but I think like if you're going for a wacky sort of out the wazoo sort of play, I don't think that's it. I think you go for a really sort of renowned cheesy strat there, where you will just either let it be the Torb. Yeah, let it be Torb, let it be Bastion, let it be whatever, but you hard commit to a comp that works together, which we might just maybe see on a defense, which I'm very confused as to why they couldn't put it on the offense. And I think with the comp that Laden were running, they would have denied a lot of the space, especially for the tanks themselves, because without the shields, he's sort of got free reign, Pyro, to sort of melt them down.
Yeah, I mean, they come out with the Bastion now. Strange choice. Double shield here, a comp we don't favor, but I think this is a cheese comp. It makes a bit of sense. That composition that Vanguard just ran was a great composition a few weeks ago in the previous patch. So maybe a bit of inflexibility for this team, kind of falling back on old comps that they were comfortable on in the previous metagame, just don't work at all anymore. Looking at what they've got now, Miru, I know you're not that hot on cheese strats. You called on this one as well?
I am. This is total garbage. I don't want to. This is not the Overwatch I like to see. This is the, well, given the situation at the end, I kind of respect it because you gotta do it all to to win. It's fine. And if it works out, it works out. I'll be happy to see it. I mean, Kiri, this Widow, with shields being insignificant as they are, I'm hoping he can value. But if not, maybe switch into the Sombra if they're playing this dive with the Winston ball. Maybe get the value of a hack and everyone initiates after. You get the countdown to go ahead. I see they're just poking slowly.
Just getting a feel for what Vanguard are pushing out here. The music has turned
there's
up.
the
Not
pick.
scary. Opens things up. This time it's Damien on the Widowmaker.
That's a huge anti.
Oh, that's a big anti-pyro. Anti-healed, and now the ball in the back line, completely dismantling Vanguard's defense here. The Bastion pushed out. The tanks under pressure. Unfortunately for Vanguard, this cheese strat is something off about it, and not in a good way as the balls comes out. Must be a disconnect.
I think it might be a disconnect. I think it might be Awesome who might have disconnected.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah,
Good
I
eye
saw him
there,
sort of
yeah.
shooting at a wall. I thought he might have been tilted, and there's no time for that, of course. So I'm glad it's not him. But
Even he's not happy with his own compositions.
no, I'm sure. But the way that fight unfolded was actually kind of interesting because Kiri and Too Easy sort of were poking from main, and they didn't notice that Seraphim had snuck all the way through tunnels, gone up into the high ground to where he's sitting right now, and hit that anti-nade.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that for me is just critical poor awareness and not figuring out where the comp stands and where everyone is on the map. It's like that real critical moment where they're running a Ryan Zarya, and then you push up to the fight and you're like, okay, but where's the Ryan? And then before you know it, it's a 6K in your back line with a sneak shatter, and
Yeah. We've seen a lot of that from somebody like Newt as well. He likes to wait around corners as you wander on by carefree, and then all of a sudden you've got a whole lot of dirt in your mouth from the Earth Shatter. Now, unfortunately for Vanguard, Possum's disconnect, yes, just rejoined, but that does send him back to spawn. So we are looking at a 3v6 here, which in Overwatch terms is almost a certain loss, and moving on to Hanamura here. So is there any hope in how Vanguard can pull something out here, Miru, or are we just going to watch 10 seconds of the card being pushed?
I don't think I need to say anything. I think we just roll the tape and you'll see exactly how this folds out.
I don't know what I was expecting from you, Miro, and I don't disagree. Kid finds that kill, and
There you go.
as we scripted it out there. Laden gonna take things on Route 66. Bit of a soft into that one, but I think the more dominant team definitely came out on top.
For sure. I feel pretty down that we could not get the predictions that we could. It sucks because I really had some hope out for this Vanguard team. Considering, like you said, the scrims may have looked more sided for Laden, but we saw them go up against another team and they looked pretty poor. So yeah. I think it was much a give or take for us for this, but we can see that it's unfolding to be quite one-sided for them.
One-sided so far. Now, thankfully, we did see a little bit of life out of Vanguard on both maps. They did manage to cap all 3 points on Route 66. We've seen the other 2 points of Route 66 for the first time today after 3 series. And we saw them get a lot of percentage point on a couple of those maps on Oasis. But so far, it's been the Laden show completely. Kiri performing out of his mind. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after this to take a look at Hanamura, just a short break, and see if Vanguard can start themselves on the path towards that reverse sweep. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Ladon taking on Vanguard. It's been a one-sided affair so far, and not in the way many of us were expecting. In fact, Sam, now Mizuki, the only one with the correct prediction in terms of who's winning, but even she was expecting something a lot closer. Hopefully Vanguard can show up now in Hanamura and the following maps to give us that kind of redemption story, that path to reverse sweep, but they're having some technical issues with their captain and main support, or flex support rather, Possum. Fingers crossed it's not too much of an issue coming the next couple of games. We will have to wait and see. That said, we do move on to Hanamura here. So the first map, or the second map we saw, I think was kind of a story of two teams and how comfortable they are in their compositions and what those compositions are. Also a story of two hit scans there, in the sense of, in terms of Pyro and Kiri. It was a pretty big story. Pyro managing to hold his own when Damien was not against the mighty Kiri. So that could be an interesting dynamic to see here. Moving into Hanamura. But Miro, looking at the compositions we're seeing coming out straight away here, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I mean, Pyro on the Sombra, if he does stick to it, can actually be a good pick and can get a lot of value. And the thing that I'm worried about is the value that they're gonna get of Diva, with Darkstar playing Zarya and Kiri and Pharah, with Kiri on hitscan and you know, too easy on Pharah. And if you pick out the Diva and punish her for, you know, an aggressive push and a dive with her Winston, and nothing dies with the straightaway with Bubbles, James, and Damien going into the fight, or maybe getting a crucial hack up, it can be a really quick map, and I don't want it to be like that. I want them to take it, you know, to the nail and really bring it to them in the best way they can. But I just don't think that this is it. I mean, just to say that they are not very good and crucial hackable targets, you know, on the side of Laden, maybe aside from the Ryan and Zarya. So it's looking kind of dicey for me already.
Vanguard gonna have to make something happen here on Hanamura as they move forward, try and get a couple of picks or find that critical hack like you are mentioning here. Running the Pharah on defense. We haven't seen Pharah in Hanamura in a long time. Although unusual look here. Too easy, gonna try and make the flyer work as Donnie comes into the high ground here. Donnie May gets away. Okay, no, Damien eventually takes it down, but that took a little bit too long and allows Laden to find the two picks, one on the Mick and one on the Sombra. And that Sombra death is critical because she is now even further away from that EMP, or at least she'll get it a little bit later.
Why?
So Kiri popping off a little bit.
Why did they peel back? I don't understand. You get the pick and you've traded, so you're 1-for-1. But Bubbles and both supposed to decide to peel back. I don't know if the pressure from Kiri is just too much. But for me, that's not a fight you would pull out straight away. You're still on even grounding. You know, you need to just maybe be a little bit patient, hide on the high ground, use the high ground to your advantage, maybe to get, you know, Pyre into a better position. But you don't back out and back around the choke so easily.
Giving that ground away. And then you mentioned a little bit earlier about Bubbles being maybe a bit on the passive side, and I think that kind of showing here a little bit. Now they're kind of struggling. They come through with a dive, no real target in mind, okay, but they are on Kiri. They've identified the carry and trying to take him out, but that Diva really struggling to find any value, and Kiri throws the bob out to pick off Lucio. Pyro gets a return, but really Laden are firmly in control of this one as the bob finds the second kill. Unfortunately for Laden, or for Vanguard, sorry, this EMP is taking a long time to build, and they're not getting anything in the neutral fight.
No, there's nothing there of critical value. I mean, Pyro needs to get this, to get the EMP up this fight. This is where it will matter because, you know, they've got the Nano, they've got, you know, the Donnie May's Valkyrie coming up, as well as Darkstar's Grav and Shatter, and there's a lot of things that can cancel out the EMP and its value if they play this, you know, particularly well on the side of Laden Overwatch.
Pyro looking to hack the Pharah. He does get the hack off as they get aggressive on Laden, or on Vanguard, sorry, but hammered down, finds nothing. The punch gets rid of Seraphim, so they have at least found one pick as Pyro has worked his way up to an EMP. So they won't use it in this fight, but they do find Kiri. I think he's just going to back out of here. He does that. The res onto Seraphim, so Kiri is not in the mix, but they're going to lose this Diva, aren't they, as well?
No.
That's a disaster. Okay, no, he does get out, just barely. Now they've got the EMP Blade coming to the next fight, man.
Yeah, it's a shame that they used a Nano onto Bubbles, although Possum's already halfway up. because Bubbles didn't get value of getting Primal, so it's a bit of a lost fight, but here comes the combo.
Oh, here it comes. EMP comboed with the blade, as we mentioned, and so far so good. A double kill. Anything else here? Will they get Seraphim? Is he going to commit to this? He does.
Kiri?
Go for it. Dropping low. Kiri finds Pyro, though.
Oh, no, they-
Ooh, take him down,
That's a
please.
sleep.
Kill him. He does end up going down. The sleep not going to take him down, and Bubbles is now on top of Donny May. So it looks pretty good for Vanguard here, but they've lost a couple of players. Justice somewhere else, but no. Taken down, press Q to die, unfortunately, for too easy, and Vanguard will take the first point. Oh, as I say that though, sorry, there's a ball
Get the touch
in the
off,
mix
but-
here. I don't know if I like this, especially since we just saw Darkstar not committing, so a bit of an extra 600 HP fed in there by Supernova.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank goodness for the reworks of the changes to TCP. He gets an instant respawn, but the ult charge is really valuable. You can see they've got the nano, they've got the bomb coming in, no EMP to combo it, but maybe a crucial hack into Darkstar, maybe onto Supernova to get it, but they've really lost 2 in the fight.
Yeah, this team fight is already done and dusted. Both DPS hitting the deck. Here's Pyro only 37% to his ulti. If he dies early like this, that's a really big problem on a more meta level than just losing a team fight.
Yeah, my issue is now that you have these 2 hit scans that can deny a lot of the space and the value that you can get off Sombra, and I don't think that Sombra is the pick in the long run. I think Pyro needs to go into another projectile, maybe hit up on the Hanzo, and try and contest these hit scans in the longer range, because Damien can't contest both at the same time. It's not possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're definitely right about that, Kiri. Just have the Bob available here, you can just pump damage in from
Ooh,
a
it's a
distance.
hack.
The hack does come out, but Damien gonna drop straight off the bat. He's still a little bit away from that Dragon Blade, so not a good position for him. As Supernova drops though, maybe there is something in this for Vanguard.
Oh, no.
If they find him there as well. They commit the Primal Rage. Can they?
I don't know about this.
Pick here? Oh, they're gonna get the pick. They do get the pick, so they do get something out of this, and they can come in with the next
2
team
ticks?
fight. The Blade 2 ticks, okay. Somehow they magicked some value out of this team fight, a lot more than we were expecting. As they look to take off the soldier, they do just that. Bubbles eventually will hit the deck, and the spawn's favoring
Oh,
Laden. Come
no.
on, commit the EMP!
Oh, no.
What are we doing, boys? Vanguard throwing away the critical ultimate. Unfortunately, they get no value out of it.
That is absolutely depressing to see. And what makes it more ridiculous for me is that you have Blade, Bomb, and EMP all together. You know? And and I've seen this play before, and I've even done it before, is you just send the Bomb in with the EMP to bait out the bad positionings, to get the supports and the squishy into a particular corner, and you Blade them from the other side, and you can actually get major value of Blade without Nano, because they all, hug down and hiding from EMP and Bomb. So that's disappointing. I don't think Pyro should be playing the Sombra here. To play like that.
I think it's time to switch off, perhaps. Getting aggressive now with this Blade. Finds one. Can he find another? He does just that. But there's an outfit out too easy for Daddy. He finds one. He got one earlier with the rockets, and looks like Laden are going to hold firm here. Sure, Vanguard are getting kills, but the spawns are so easy for Laden to waddle out of spawn and pick off the rest of the stragglers. Too easy, getting a 5k in that team fight.
Getting major value. And I think if you look at the ults that are coming up, Laden is in the position of keeping the full hold up here, with Primal that he's got coming up. Here he's definitely going to get bob ups with the way and the shots that he's been hitting. And Darkstar will get the grab to maybe focus on a particular target if it's not going to get eaten by James, who's been holding bomb since the start of this point B fight.
Oh god, you're right. He's had this bomb for about 5 minutes now. As they push forward, Vanguard lost hurrah here, but that's a bad start. Damien going down. Bob comes out onto point here for Laden, and now the Bob comes out from James, but he won't even get back to the connect as Laden take them down before they get any value. So they'll have to be happy with 2 ticks on second point, but Laden will be happy with that defense.
Yeah, it's a high ground Herald looking bomb over there. It landed on the high ground to get absolutely no value. I mean, listen, I've done that before myself.
Oh, of course.
But it's off that sort of, losing your mind, not knowing what's happening, and the team fights are a bit too chaotic. But, to think of a more of a throwaway out than that, the EMP was sad, man. It really hit me where it hurt,
That was a real problematic moment, because That EMP is so critical, man. You build your whole composition around that, and it should be an almost guaranteed team fight when if the enemy team doesn't do something very specific to counter it. But you just throw it away like that. I mean, if we can tell it's not going to work, then players in the game should definitely be able to figure that out. Looking at the composition, so Pyro will be reprising his role on the Sombra defensively. Not very commonly seen on Hanamura, I don't think. He will bring the Widowmaker, as we can see here. Maybe trying to take down Damien on the Ashe. So no Widowmaker for Vanguard. Looking at this, I'm pretty confident in Laden's ability to push through first. Although the ball makes me a bit concerned.
Yeah, no, it makes me feel like it could go into to Laden's favor. I'm not sure if Bubbles is lagging out or no, she's just running straight into the wall. But yeah, the win condition for Vanguard side is the fact that they can get, you know, value of the nano and the EMP, and it's the combo with the EMP that I'm worried about because there's not much there. And you know, they've got Kiri who's back on the Widow, which we've seen is very dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed. Looking for some targets now, not really finding anything just yet. Good positioning from Vanguard, gonna prevent them from coming in a good sleep. Big anti-heal in both directions though, and at the end of it all, it's Vanguard that come up with the double kill. Pyro though going down very early. Siri looks to find some value. They get the res onto Darkstar, who's on the monkey, surprisingly enough. Looking to kind of play that main tank role as Kiri works his way around. Does he jump off the map here? Does he look for more? I think with Darkstar going down, he might look to get out of this one.
Kiri's still behind.
That's what the menu looks like for wondering. Gets behind. Donime though has been taken down. Supernova going back to spawn. I wonder if we'll see a switch up here for Laden.
He's still alive. Oh my goodness. I thought that was gonna be a, you know, a Pine. No, I actually thought that was gonna be the, you know, the Pine sort of Junkertown moment where he goes on the massive flank and drops down and gets a 3k. Hey, we all know that clip, but you know, I thought that might have happened, but I think the nerves are rattled and the fight's already lost in your position anyway. So I think the reset needed to happen, but they're coming in again.
Oh, that's a hack? Did it come off? Oh, the sleep! Pyro taking a nap, Seraphim ignoring him. Fury executes him. That was violent. Oh my god, Vanguard in trouble now as Pyro
Kiri
finds another one. Headshot onto James as well.
Kiri again!
That's a triple. Can we make it a quad kill?
Oh no, Kiri.
Yes, he does. Steals the 6k with a kill onto the Mercy, but Kiri putting his team on his back and securing Laden the first point cap. Sombra is back in the mix here, but he was spotted out with the infra strike from Kiri, who looks to take care of him before he can find any value. He does end up going down, and Laden will get first point, but Kiri putting on a clinic there.
I think we need a carefree moment 0.25 because to hit those shots and to hit so many of them is looking a little sus over here, Chief. You know? No, but the man really pulled it out when it mattered most. Props to him. Those fantastic shots, honestly.
Yeah, very nice play from him. Too Easy does have the blade here, so this is concerning if you're Laden. They've got the nano to back it as well. Pyro, takes the shot there, needs to be careful.
Got EMP though.
The blade with the EMP, exactly. Gets the hack onto the monkey who comes in aggressively, but Kiri opens the bank again.
Lord, Kiri.
Onto Damien. Will he just clean things up once again? Or does Vanguard have something to counter? EMP available here. He's waiting for the blade. It comes up now. He pops it. Gets 3 in that. No, he gets 5 in that, but he gets taken down. Oh no, that is a disaster. Is there enough in the tank for Vanguard? Yes, there is. Bob comes out, picks off 2. The res committed, but the Bob still in play. It's Damien this time. He got taken down by Kiri, but after the respawn, throws the Bob down and picks himself up a 5k.
And you can see the power of just the EMP itself and the sort of denying factor that it has for these team fights through Laden, who committed so much, you know, to try and get that follow-up after Kiri got that pick off. But you know, the EMP just denied everything.
James?
Oh, James, that's a late respawn, my man. I don't know if this is a good idea. Is he staying? No, what's happening?
Why? Okay, he must have been going for something fancy on the side, and now Too Easy in the mix, but Pyro gets rid of the carry and hacked up onto Too Easy, so struggle city for the Genji player, but it's looking pretty good for Laden here, but the spawns again favoring the defensive roster is too easy. Finds Pyro 65% towards that EMP, so he'll look to come back and build that up. But look at this positioning from Supernova, keeping the supports in the spawn. They has to go out the other way, but still looking pretty good for Vanguard here. Damien popping off once again in this team fight. Now with Genji instead of the Ash, but too easy, slicing his way through the team a little bit, trying to clean things up.
No, Kiri
uncontested on the high ground, finds one. Pyro gets too easy. Pyro finds another one, and Kiri gonna have to back towards spawn. I think Vanguard just barely holding on.
Yeah, no, Kiri really doing all that he can there, but you know, it's just not enough with the respawn advantage that Vanguard have. I think Pyro again now has another great win condition in their favor, with Damien coming up on the blade eventually through this fight. But James has the big stall factor with the mines, and it might deny Too Easy's blade if he plays it correctly and plays it well enough and puts it in a space where he can't get to his supports.
Yeah, it's gonna be very important, those mines, I think.
Kiri! Oh no!
Kiri with another one. Darkstar gets the third pick, and all of a sudden, in the moment, minefield as well. In a matter of moments, Laden looks like they might just take it here.
That's all she wrote, I think.
Oh no, just barely gets on. EMP comes up, counters the blade, hits everybody except Kiri, but the blade doesn't need the range. Doesn't need to move. He gets another one, Too Easy, carrying the team. He gets a late nano as well to start building his next one as Seraphim takes down. 45 premium comes out from Vanguard. Unfortunately, not going to be enough to carry them. Maybe I spoke to Cena.
He's still alive!
And find another one. Have Vanguard actually done it? Oh, they're going to carry it back.
Oh my god.
What did we just watch?
I think we witnessed the most messiest team fight we've seen today, and it's something that looks so lost that it looked winnable at times and then looked completely losable and then winnable again and then lost again. It was the most tug of war 2CP fight that I've seen, but that's also the nature of 2CP, and that's how it works. You either snowball or you get snowballed.
Supernova here, working his way towards the whole hog. James still sitting on this ball. I'm not a huge fan of this hero in this situation, but I guess they're making it work, kind of. Whole hog is the only ultimate in play at the moment. That's Too Easy. Close to his Valkyrie, also nearly available for Donime. Bubbles with the primal.
Oh no, Darkstar might be dead here. Oh no.
Darkstar is dead, and this is the last team fight with 20 seconds left on the clock. This is the last. Too Easy hits a deck as well. He'll be brought back to life, and he does have the blade, so that could turn the fight in Laden's favor if he can find value out of that. Pyro has switched onto the May, an unusual pick, but it helps them secure the kill onto Supernova. The cutoff from point, they're gonna have to come through on a different angle, and Kiri does just that. Touches and gets the overtime as the blade comes through straight onto the May. Does she have?
He's gonna get
the wall. He can't focus on what to kill, and Too Easy.
Cancel beat.
Down by Bubbles. Beat cancelled by Kiri. That could be critical, but there's still a lot of work for Laden to do here. Freezing the Zarya up, taking him down so close to his ultimate as well. Donnie hits the deck as well, and Vanguard might just have done it. A lot of ults on point here. It's just Supernova and Kiri left. Kiri 1 HP, throws a pulse bomb out, doesn't find anything, and Vanguard somehow, some way, they bring this one back.
I don't know. I think I thought we almost wrote this map off. I think we were like in agreement that this was gonna be it for them.
I mean, but you lose 3 people at the beginning of a team fight and still win the team fight.
I mean, you know, but I'm impressed. I mean, they pulled it together in the end with the most unconventional, picks they pulled off, and it worked in their favor. So I give it to them. No complaints on my side. It's just been very messy. I think we can agree. It's been some disgustingly played Overwatch, but Overwatch all the same.
In a good and a bad way, in a lot of ways. I think I stand to be corrected, but I believe that makes it a triple streak of not 3-0s for us, which is pretty awesome. And I believe every other match played today has been a 3-0 one way or another. So we really picked some good matches here. But Laden fell apart. You can't put it any other way. They looked so strong for the rest of Hanamura, and they got to that last point, won the team fight, and then unwon the team fight somehow in that second last team fight. So that gets a tail up if you're Vanguard coming into Blizzard World.
Yeah, no, that gives you a glimmer of hope that comes in, but through all the games that we have seen, when it comes down to the flip over of points, it all gets sealed and wrote off during Blizzard World, and it might be the case here. I mean, considering that the sightlines here are really in the favor for a player like Kiri to really pop off and really get the picks of the fights with the pocket from Donime. But I think, as we've seen, it can go either way. It can swing in the complete opposite direction, and it can be messy and they'll win the fight. Vanguard might just pull a fast one on us and pull the rug right from underneath us and get the win. But yeah, for me, I still think that it's quite in favor of Laden and the way they're playing and the style that they're playing.
I definitely don't disagree with that. I think Vanguard really had to dig deep to come up with some miracle plays there. I mean, the double tick they got in the first place on their attack on Hanamura was a miracle in its own right. And then getting that miracle defense for that second last team fight, I mean, they really had to dig deep, and they're going to be hard pressed to repeat that performance on Blizzard World. That is where we are now, as you can see. Supernova and Darkstar once again going for this Hog Zarya composition. Kiri going to be reprising his role on the Widowmaker, and Too Easy seems like he wants to throw in some more of that semi-hit scan play. On the other side though, we've got a Bull Zarya composition on defense. Not a huge fan. I wonder if they'll commit to this or if we might see James. No, they're coming out of spawn. Miro, thoughts on the Bull Zarya defense?
I think they're riding off the momentum of the ball in the last game, but
yeah,
if you ask me, that's counting on a lot of luck and a lot of dysfunctional plays that were that were sort of caused by Laden, the miscommunications and poor positioning. And it's a reset and it's a new map, and TCP works in that weird whimsical way, but these maps play out in very one-sided ways most of the times in terms of getting these picks. And I think Laden will still come out on top.
You could be right about that. I think, as we mentioned already, Laden seemed to be a little bit more put together than Vanguard have proved today. So Easy taking a bit of damage here on the Hanzo, looking to get aggressive and find some picks. Puts the damage in onto the ball. I think Bubbles James is careful. He is taken down. He is taken down. That is a disaster. You need him to be alive and making space in the backline, and with him dead, it's just a whole bunch of squishies. The central mass here of Vanguard, and you can see. Okay, suddenly they didn't have all. Suddenly dropped a couple of kills. Pyro gets the duel win there as Damien takes down his opposite number. Donnie will bring Kiri back into the fray, but she's under a lot of pressure now from the ball as Bubbles looks to find an angle to put some damage down. But okay, we were worried that Vanguard wouldn't be able to push deep, but it seems like they've found some kind of rhythm here, some kind of
Bubbles coming out clutch on the Zarya with, I think it was 2 or 3 picks there. I mean, doesn't have the higher energy, so couldn't get a lot of the ult charge. I mean, look at Darkstar's already halfway and Bubbles only about a third of the way there, but still looking pretty good, still looking in the favor of Vanguard. They're coming up with nanos, both supports. Phoenix will come up with his Valkyrie first, but Bob will definitely come up with Pyro, and Kiri's had to full reset and switch onto Ashe now.
Yeah, starting the Widowmaker not quite favoring his play.
What is James doing?
James? I don't know where he is at the moment. We're looking through the eyes of Kiri as he puts the pressure on the enemy high ground, and he gets Possum with that. Pyro, though, fires back immediately, taking down Seraphim. So Phoenix will bring Possum back. The other Mercy will bring the other Yana back. So very even trades for the most part. There's a bomb on point now, putting the damage down as Phoenix looks to keep her team healthy with the help of her Valkyrie. But Pyro dropping, Pyro's Bob dropping, kills all around here. So Nanoboost onto the ball. Oh no! Phoenix looks like she just collapsed on the ground there, but it was Kiri finding the headshot from across the map. It's a duel. Anna and Possum not getting the better of this one. Seraphim more in control of proceedings on this occasion, and finally Laden get the picks they need to and cap the first point.
Yeah, I'm not sure. From my perspective, I must say, coming back to why I asked what James was doing, he was struggling to get a tether on his grapple for a long time. He was just like he was spamming the right click to get the slam down, but he couldn't get one. So it looked a little bit sus to me. But I mean, look at it. Kiri's just coming out on top of these fights, Pyro had the advantage in ult charge, but it's completely flipped over and it's all in Kiri's ball court right now.
Kiri did get the opening pick there, and he's putting a lot of damage down as well, but dropping low needs to be
careful. That's a good sleep.
He's on too easy, but he doesn't find that kill. Damien does get the opening pick though onto Supernova on the front line, so the Hog not going to contribute to this team fight anymore, but Kiri fires back immediately onto Pyro, or onto Too Easy. No, what am I saying? Onto Pyro, yeah. Too Easy taken down, but it looks like Laden always in the kill feed for the most part. James brought back to fighting Frey, so they could really stall a lot here, but Phoenix going down, I think, yeah. Vanguard just going to get out of this one, and Laden.
Kiri is so uncontested. That entire fight, he was, you know, both of the supports from Vanguard were sort of sitting on like the backside, you know, high ground. And Kiri was just uncontested on the what is it, the star, what's it, the, I don't even know what turret that is, but on the turret just firing away like a shooting gallery. It was disgusting, man. Still going.
That is a siege tank, you filthy casual, as they send the Graviton Siege in with the whole Hog and the Bob. An expensive team fight for Laden Esports here, but James doing the minefield in the other direction to no avail, unfortunately, as Laden pushed the way through. That's not a C9, so we've got one more chance potentially, Miro.
Oh god, please don't make it so, Phoenix. Don't do it to me, son. I can't do it, man. I cannot do it anymore. My brain's gonna melt, and you know, I won't even be able to talk for the rest of the game. I just want to die after if I see another one. Be too many, man. Too many.
Hooking on to James here. Nanoblade comes out. Damien finds a quick double in Laden's backline. Makes it a triple. Both healers in the ground now as he looks to clean the tanks up. Pyro finds Damien, or finds Darkstar, sorry. Is able to push them back. So Vanguard stopped the momentum there at the beginning of point 3.
Yeah, Damien almost coming up with a noob hunter clip with almost a 4K nanoblade, but not quite there, so I guess he's gonna have to delete that one from his shadow play on Nvidia because that was not good enough, but did win in the team fight though, which counts.
Yeah, that's what it's all about here in ATK finals. The hook comes through, as you say. Just barely gets out of it, but it's Hanzo in his backline and does find the pick. Eventually, so many kills coming out for Laden here. They're going to push things forward. The hook comes through, but a good bubble will keep Too Easy alive as they struggle to hold things firm here. Phoenix just going to have to fly on out of there. Bulk committed, a lot committed actually to that team fight for both teams, but at the end of it all, Laden comes out on top.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking because they committed the grab, but there wasn't a follow-up, and I don't know, maybe James got shut down, but they had the Bob, and here it is out now. Don't forget the same value in the grab, though.
Burn deep, and it sets up a beautiful shot. Finds a second one. Pyro showing up here on the third point. James now contributing in his own right. Pyro finds the 4th kill of the team fight, so great work from the Vanguard DPS players to kind of clean that one up and stop the momentum, but still 2 minutes left before the round is over.
I mean, they got 2 minutes. I mean, the only real valuable ultimates that are coming up is Possum has switched onto the Baptiste, so you have the window, but you expect, you know, Possum to really play with Pyro so that he can get the dynamites through there and really sort of build up his Bob. And it's possible to build up the Bob coming in the upcoming fight if they play this well enough. The Darkstar might get the advantage with the grab. And there it is.
Graviton Surge comes out, as you say. Darkstar putting that one down. Whole hog, yeah, great work from James. In fact, Supernova off the map here, so the Vanguard off tank doing a great job of keeping this team healthy. Bob though comes the other way. Darkstar picking up a double kill. So this went from looking decent for Vanguard to looking absolutely terrible. The window comes out. There's a Baptiste in play. Didn't even realize that as James hooks Kiri's Bob in there. That's a big anti-heal though. They're under pressure now as Possum goes down. The blade comes in though in the other direction. Damien commits that. He's dropping low. Will Darkstar get him? No, we won't. 3 HP, but that's all you need as the whole hog comes out in the other direction now. That's a late committal of ultimates with a minute left on the clock. All of a sudden, Laden are struggling here to find any picks in this team fight, and Vanguard will hold firm with 45 seconds left on the clock.
I don't understand why they're taking staggered team fights, you know, where they will lose 1 or 2 and then they'll still commit an ult or still, you know, proceed to end into the fight because they think it might be winnable if they get the single pick. But it's not winnable. They have, you know, Vanguard have a much better spawn advantage, and you know, you're gonna get punished for your over aggression to their team.
Vanguard get the first hook in, but now it's an Anaboost of Darkstar. A scaring prospect. He's both a quick grabs in both directions, but that's the Dragon that misses completely. A huge work for Laden Esports and too easy for Daddy as they mess their combo up, and that's allowing Vanguard to push forward and get all the picks they need to. 3 players left alive on the point. The whole hog picking off players one by one. The Valkyrie on point. Bob moving forward to cut them off as they come from spawn, and Vanguard will hold Laden off here just before third point.
Yeah, for me, I don't know how you lose those. I don't know how you go from playing in such a sort of crisp and coordinated way that you see when they enable Kiri, to have that space and to get those particular pixels and to punish the sort of poor positioning that Vanguard have. And then you go into fights like that where you let them run a Baptiste and James to get hogs off the map, and you committing grabs and you're missing dragons into grabs, and I'm at a loss for words for why these fights are unfolding the way they are. And I think that's where we came back and we were saying that at times Laden are looking very shaky, very poor on their fights, and then their team coordination, and I think it shows there.
I definitely agree with that. Both teams though looking shaky at times and looking pretty good at times, and it's the DPS who've been popping off in a big way. Kiri and Pyro really putting on a clinic at different moments, really helping their teams push through team fights that might be a lot harder without their contribution. That said, on the defense here, more of the same from Laden. In fact, both teams running that Hog Zarya that's been so prevalent today. We see too easy though once again falling back on the Soldier. What are your thoughts on Mr. Legs here and how he contributes to the team?
I love the legs. I love him. No, but I think with this defense, he can get some value, but it's also a question of who do you pocket and at what time, because it depends on which one you will go to. Because with Damien playing the Genji, and you've seen he can get that value off it. If you leave one behind, that person's definitely going to get picked up and get punished by Vanguard. So I'm hoping Damien can really, pick it up and get some value of Genji and deny the sort of DPS. Ooh, Pyro!
Oh, sorry. Gets the opening pick there once again, and a good hook from James to punish too easy. So DPS limited now, although Kiri is brought back to life. He's under pressure though, needs to be careful. This is an interesting duel. The winner of this could decide the team fight, and it's Kiri who finds the kill there. And they're going for the res, the spinning res. Gets Pyro back, but Phoenix paying with a life there as the front line crumbling a little bit for Vanguard. A big anti-heal from Seraphim, going to make it difficult for James to get any value out of the Roadhog, and Vanguard are just going to move back here, although the fight pretty even at a 4v4 at the moment.
Yeah, and I think you back up, you reset a bit, but that's a hard reset coming in. But I think it's smart of them to back up. I don't want them to back all the way up. I actually would like them to take, the sort of roller coaster high ground that you see Possum is nearing, so that they can set, Kiri up without having set Pyro up without having him use his util to get onto the high ground. And you try and stage it so that Damien can get a dive in with one of the dynamites that come in and maybe waste the bubbles from Darkstar.
Yeah, I think that would end up playing out that way. Ultimates wise here, it's looking pretty good as we jump back into things. Possum just needing a moment to collect himself, I suppose. As he is up to the Nano Boost, and Damien though quite far away from the blade, so that combo not going to be seen for a little bit here as the teams get staged once again. Soldier just pumping in the damage to Kiri as well. With the help of Dynamite, just putting a ton of pressure on Ash. Ooh, sorry, Genji needs to be careful there. As James,
that's a hook.
That's a hook. That's a long range hook. He gets it in. He throws the whole AUG and sends him all the way back to his team. But a good counter hook from Darkstar, gonna make sure, or rather from Supernova, gonna make sure that he doesn't get too much value out of that. Bob comes the other direction. Oh no, that was a big whiff.
Oh no, they woke him up.
Oh god, that is terrible. Darkstar finds Damien, who was nano boosted. That's not available for the blade now for the next team fight, and all of a sudden Vanguard are crumbling a bit here as Laden forced them back.
It's sort of like that, you get that Mari biscuit in the tea for too long and it just falls apart. It looks so good at first, and you leave them in there for too long and it just turns to mush, and that's sort of what these team fights are unfolding like. I couldn't think of a different metaphor for that. That's on icon.
Good one, a little bit too easy. Up at 6 up on James. I bet Damien wishes he had a nano boost right about now. Especially when he gets mowed down by the legs, man, with the tactical visor. He's gonna clean things up here. Who's that running away? James. He's not gonna get, or rather, Bubbles trying to get out of there. Possum is just deleted here. Unfortunately, Vanguard, I mean, just a comedy of errors there in terms of ultimate usage.
Ooh, Damien.
Okay.
We get the result? Yeah.
What's the result? He's putting the pressure on the Stormaker, and now Vanguard are pushing forward a little bit now. Sans Rez Laden in a bit of a worse position, but all 6 members ready to go.
Yeah, I think if you use it, if you use the whole hog in a very defensive way, you can get value. Yeah, Kiri though.
Lordy, Kiri taking Pyro down with a beautiful headshot there. Now taking the duel with
Kiri again.
One more time. Beautiful play from the hit scan DPS.
Oh, that's a hook.
Oh no, the ledge kept him up there. That's a bit unfortunate. Oh, beautiful hook from Supernova, putting Bob in a position where he won't pressure the team too badly, but now puts himself in a bit of a risky position here as Vanguard looks to get rid of the enemy main tank. James finds that kill, but Darkstar untouched, 100% charger, putting the pressure on. Will he find James? Not quite yet, but he's going to get rid of one. Finds another Darkstar, putting on a clinic on Zarya at this point in time. He finds another. He's going to get any more. Can he stop this man? I think Phoenix will get out, but Vanguard in a ton of trouble.
Very much so. It's coming down to the last fight, and they have Grav, and James has his whole hog. And it's all about the value they can get from it. Possum has also switched over to the Baptiste, and I question it, considering they may have reset the support ult economy, at least for him. I mean, Seraphim and Donomia got the ults up, and too easy. Punishing.
That is a bad start. So many ultis used here for Laden Esports just to force Vanguard back, and Darkstar once again untouchable.
Comes the visor.
Zarya. Visor comes out just to clean things up, make sure everything goes Laden's way, and it will do exactly that. Laden will take a 3-1 victory here, completing a clean sweep of 3-1s in the costs today. Oh, that was a tough one for Vanguard, but Laden took it home at the end.
Completely outplayed them in many of the positions that they had. I mean, but this play was quite something. I must give it to him. Damien played fantastically throughout the series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The former who did you play for? Team Valiant's DPS player, really contributing to Vanguard's performance. So you're gonna be happy with that. But at the end of the day, his team will take the L here, and that's gonna have big implications for the rest of this group. Of course, Beastie Boys expected to top it, Overtime expected to bottom it, but these two teams, either one of them could have ended up in second place. So with this win, you'd have to think Laden have signed their ticket to the upper bracket for next week, and they're going to be super happy with that. That said though, that will be it from us casting today. Fun matches all around, and we'll send you through to the panel after a short break, and they'll break down exactly what we just saw. See you guys.
Yeah. Siege. Riley. Taz. Yeah. Set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down and go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Find no water, that's the sign of baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real monster lives above them all, sleeping. That subtle breathing in your closet every single evening. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come.
We take play seriously. That's why ATK chooses Omen by HP and Windows 10.
Here we come.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After what looked like, again, a revitalization, all games today 3-1, but certainly a great game. Kiri leading his team to victory there through some incredible shots there. None of our predictions were right, Naori. You were closest. So do you want to start us off with your thoughts on the game?
That was an interesting game, to say the least. There were some really stellar moments, some really, really outstanding, shining moments. Darkstar, we kind of highlighted it while we were watching, and I know Blur's probably going to want to talk about that a little bit later on, but he really had a fantastic game. Kiri, obviously, he has been a shining star, just out-sniping everyone. The biggest thing I noticed, of course, was Vanguard's creative compositions is the nicest way I can put that, which I think is something I'd like them to tune up a little bit, but on the whole, a pretty match.
Blur, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good summation of what this game was. I think we saw a lot more consistent compositions come out of Laden, and I think just more consistent play. They looked a lot more comfortable on the heroes they were playing, and they looked like that they knew where they wanted to be and how they wanted to be engaging the fights, which Vanguard looked a little bit shaky on, I have to.
Well, Laden did try some stuff, gotta admit it. They tried even the double shield strats to shut down the man who has come in now as our man of the match, Kiri, with those headshots second to none, winning pretty much every one of those duels that he was involved in. So Kiri, you've got to be happy with this result.
Oh no, definitely. I'm very happy right now that the team and I were all pulled through. It was a very fun game, but I'm really happy that we won in the end.
Indeed. So I've got to ask, like, just for the fans out there, how long does it take on Widowmaker to be hitting headshots like that consistently? And what do you think enabled you to hit those things consistently? Because, you know, it's just, while it's great that you can hit those things and everyone can hit those in training modes or something like that, a game temperament is very different.
Yeah, I'm not really the right person to be asking, but I think it really comes down to quite a lot of factors: mechanical skill, positioning. I think another thing is just tips on how to play Widow when you're taking up against certain compositions. I won't even lie. Like last night, I watched a video last night on how to play Widowmaker against every hero in Overwatch in 1 minute for each hero. But it's definitely because Widow's, you know, it's a major aim hero. It's a very big aim factor into it. That, and I think you have to have, like, you know, the team making space for you a lot of the time. So it's definitely a factor of the team as well.
How many hours do you have on Widow? Just like roughly.
I don't know. I think maybe 40, 20.
What?
And I think the more important question: how many hours do you have in CS:GO?
Yeah, okay, there you go. There you are.
Yeah,
I've got a decent amount of hours in CS:GO. We'll leave it at that. Okay, here we go. Sorry, 66 of Widowmaker.
Jeez.
So you guys, that's not standard, by the way. If you are watching this, 66 hours does not allow you to do that. Please don't show them.
Listen, I have twice that on Mercy, and I'm still plat. Okay, 66 hours is nothing.
Oh right. No.
Blur, what do you have to say?
Well, yeah, so coming into this game, you're coming against with a couple of players missing from your team, and you're coming against a team that the last time you played them was a really, really close match. How do you kind of go about bridging that and preparing for this type of match? Did you have any kind of particular players in mind you were looking out for, or very kind of specific strats you were looking out for, or did you guys just prepare for this game the same way you would any other?
I think back in those previous games we played early in the leg was when we had some players go out. I think I came in as well. That was my first leg with the team, so we were still, you know, trying to find our feet properly. But then when went down. We got demoted this past leg. We've been playing in the bracket below. But within that time, I think we've really been able to polish up quite a few things with the team. We've been able to really learn, I've really learned how to play with the team, especially with the other DPS and the healers, like not to overextend and feed. But I think for this game as well, it was just the fact we kept momentum going, even from early on in our game. Sadly, we couldn't beat, I think it was Beastie Boys earlier today, but we certainly gave it a good shot. But we still didn't let that, falter us. We kept the momentum going. We kept on pushing each other, and I think at the end of that, the game was set for us.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Obviously, I believed in you guys. I knew you would win. What do you have to say to all the haters that didn't think that you were going to make it through today? What kind of a shout out can you give for us?
Oh, I get laid on and get laid off.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry.
Wow. Is that against TOS, producer?
No, I don't know. Sorry. It was just banter. But no, I think it was a major upset. I think from the predictions. I think in any competition, though, in anyone you play, don't underestimate any team. Otherwise, you could just be surprised.
Yep.
Especially considering the way that you guys came into this. Like you said, you got demoted from the first round. You went down to that challenger division, but then you managed to get 8-0 in that one. That's got to be feeling good coming into this. And now I've got to ask, how do you feel now carrying on with this? You've played against Beastie Boys, who are granted seeded second in this. How do you feel going against a lot of the other teams that you struggled against in the upper bracket? Do you think you managed to solve some of those problems?
I honestly think that I can't give a definitive answer, but I honestly think that we will be doing much better than what we did previously against those teams. I'm not saying that we will steamroll or do well against any of them, but I'm saying that we will probably play much better as a team. And as long as we can do that at the end of the day, I'm happy.
Certainly a good way to do it. I mean, is there anyone you want to shout out to? Anyone from your teammate or anyone that's been watching? Because you certainly had a lot of support coming out there. And when you were hitting headshot after headshot, the chat was going mental.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give a shout out to the off tank. I think Darkstar in my team, because he was creating so much space as well on the Zarya. It was outstanding. And then I want to give a shout out to my boy Dale up in Josie. I'm not sure he's in the chat, but a nice shout out to him.
And where can we follow up with your individual plays? Do you stream at all? What about your team?
I believe that I think Seraph streams from time to time. I'm actually have been considering starting to stream. I'm actually waiting, for that new 3000 RTX cards to drop, and then maybe grab one of those, and who knows, maybe I'll start streaming.
Or just flexing it, like you need more frames per second. Let's be fair.
Right.
Well, I mean, true, but it's always nice to have.
Thanks so much for joining us. Well played. You guys must be quite comfortable looking at the rest of this. Certainly set yourself up for a good position to get up into that winner's bracket.
All right, thank you so much.
So, Kiri made an interesting point now, and Blur, something that you were actually talking about off camera was the fact that Darkstar definitely deserves an honorable mention there. Just with that Zarya keeping up a good charge and just creating such play, knowing the tempo of the match. You were quite a fan of Darkstar as we played this game.
Yeah, no, Darkstar, from experience playing next to him and obviously having a lot of time, seeing him in VOD, seeing him in game, and having cast him now as well. He's just such a consistent performer, and he's such an aggressive player that just he's got that perfect kind of knows when to hold his space mentality. And in that match we saw such great bubbles come out to save people in clutch moments. I mean, the one that comes to mind is Too Easy on Hanamura getting hacked and falling from the sky, and as he hits the ground, bubble comes out and they can't follow up the dive on him. And I think that's a really, really important thing, because that was a really impactful play. And to just see that, you usually see the bubbles come out, you think, a little bit of charge, maybe it saves them a bit of damage, but that was a fight-changing, and we saw fight-changing play after fight-changing play. A lot of the ones we think about is the headshots coming out from Kiri, but it's also the bubbles coming out from Darkstar we talked about a lot. The fact that he was able to save his teammates in important situations. The grabs that he was able to get to set up his team was really good, and the constantly high charge and high pressure playstyle he played with gave him so many good opportunities against the comps that Vanguard were trying to run at.
Certainly, that high charge it's such an imposing presence as well. The whole glitter effect goes around, and it just when Azaria on 100% charge runs around a corner, that is rip the stream. But now, when we look at the way that Vanguard played, they played some very interesting composition. We saw the Reaper that we were all very surprised to see. Pyra did a good job on the Ashe when eventually swapped across. But do you think, even with stuff like the random double shield comps come out, do you think it was a comp problem, or where do you think the problem came in for Vanguard in not being able to breach this Laden backline?
So there are a couple of things that I noticed from Vanguard that I think could definitely use some tweaking. So the first and foremost was the composition, and something that we kind of spoke about during the match off screen was when you run a composition, you're not running 6 heroes. You're running a comp, and you need to understand how that composition works and how each individual moving part works to enable every other moving part, so that you don't get that kind of counter-picking thing. At one point we saw a Genji come out, which was followed up by a McCree, and it was like, oh, they went Genji, guess we go McCree. That's not how that works. You have to be playing your composition accurately. So that was the first big thing that I noticed. Another thing that I noticed was ult combinations. We saw some really interesting ones. We saw a Graviton Surge coming out and then a Winston Primal into the Grav. That's not ideal. You can get so much value out of the Tesla cannon. In the same vein, don't nano a primaling Winston, because again, you can get so much value out of a nano boosted Tesla cannon. It does AoE damage. So when you're looking at how you want to utilize your ultimates, you need to be cycling them first and foremost, so that one ult enables another ult to get charged, so that that ultimate can then ultimately enable yet another ultimate to build up. You have to cycle that out, and you have to combo effectively. Those two biggest issues I noticed from Vanguard. They have some decent players, and there's a lot of potential there, but if they can start to kind of fine-tune that, then I think they're making the steps into the right direction.
Well, Blue, was it just the ultimates? I saw a lot of those maps where we had a lot of neutral fights coming in there, and it seemed that there were quite a few picks going the way for either team, in fact. But how do you feel that Laden managed to measure up in not just the ult economy, which they weren't able to stagger, but just in the neutral fights?
Well, I think we have to lean on the compositions when talking about that, because it is very much down to that. Like Laden in the neutral fights were just better set up because they were running more consistent composition. I mean, we saw when in the first map, when we think back to Oasis, we saw when they came out with that dive with the Reaper, Laden were just able to outvalue them with the Soldier. And the Soldier, maybe we don't consider the strongest pick, but I was saying to you guys that I liked it, and I do like it because it allows you to check a lot of the flanks with the reduced shielding outputs from a dive meta. And I really like that kind of play, and it matches the win cons of comp they're trying to play. They're trying to pressure and deny space with their dive comp, and the Soldier being able to check the flanks and check the position consistently with a really consistent stream of damage was really strong. And then the next map we saw the same thing happen again, where Laden came out with a very aggressive brawl comp, everything doing the same kind of thing. We talk about it maybe being a little bit of an old meta comp, but it's still a strong comp. It's still a comp that fundamentally all does the same thing. And then we look at the comp come out from Vanguard that's got the brawl and the long range DPS, and they're just not hitting the same, like they're not running the same way, and they're getting punished. And that kind of defined the first couple of maps for me, is that they just weren't winning on a compositional level. They weren't winning on a game understanding level, and it showed really, really, I don't think the gaps between the players are quite as far as this game would lead you to believe. I really thought that Vanguard would have a much stronger game today. I was very worried for Laden in terms of settling in with new players, but Laden came out with some really good game understanding, and really, really completely they out-tactics Vanguard at every stage.
And tactics certainly come out important. So we've seen that in every one of our 3 games today. This one going the way of Laden, 3-1 victory for them. Naori, you've joined us for this last panel, but I know you have been watching it. What are your final thoughts for this? Because you're not going to be joining our post-show panel discussion. What are your thoughts on the day as a whole?
I think that there's a recurring theme in South African Overwatch. Just a couple of things that we touched on in terms of composition and ult cycling and having good rotations and how you synergize well with the rest of your team. But I will say that I've been a part of this scene since 2017. The growth has been phenomenal in just that it feels like a long time, but it's not. And I think that I know that I'm incredibly proud to have been a part of this scene, and I'm really impressed with the level of play that we've seen today. There's definitely growth, there's definitely improvement, and I can't wait to see what else these teams are going to herald for us.
Well, indeed, there have been such an amazing bunch of Overwatch games here today. We are done with the Overwatch games for today, but guys, we are going to be going to a post-show production after this, after a short break, so that we can just sum up the day's events, really highlight some of the amazing plays, some of the biggest struggles that some of the teams have had, and then we are going to just get our final thoughts. I know Sun's going to be joining us back for that, and from the first-person perspective that he had for it, it's going to be interesting to see how he's able to just what he thinks about this, considering he spent most of his time just calling the matches. So guys, don't go anywhere with this. Naori, thank you so much for joining us. It has been fantastic. I hope we get to see you more on the panel. I believe you're going to be joining us probably tomorrow, at least next weekend. Guys, we've got lots of Overwatch, and from what we've seen today, it has been such an incredibly high level. I cannot wait to see more Overwatch games happening then. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the post-production, just after. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-show. Just a little bit of an analysis, looking at the day as a whole and the tournaments as the current standings of what's going on in this Overwatch. We got to see a couple of great games today, all of them going 3-1, but that has not been the case for every one of the games in all of the matches, in all of the groups. So a lot of action so far. I'm joined now again by Blur, who's been fantastic next to me all day, and Sun Phoenix bringing you that action live. Sun, we haven't heard a lot of analysis from you today, so what are your feelings on the day as a whole?
I mean, it's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed watching the teams play. I feel vindicated as the person who picked the matches, that they all were 3-1s as well. That makes me feel pretty good about myself. If I can pump myself up just a little bit.
We did notice the bug. Yeah.
We saw quite a mixed bag of performances. I think from teams within teams, we've seen teams pop off at times, and that same team perform really poorly and make quite basic mistakes at other times. So it seems to me like there's a lot of nerves, a lot of jitters going on, a lot of unpreparedness of some variety going on in these teams. And I'm hoping as the tournament progresses, these teams start to get it nailed down. And of course, we haven't seen any of the top tier teams, with the exception of perhaps 2CP. We haven't really seen any of them come out and play, so I'm excited to see what the likes of Beastie Boys and ATK have to offer as well.
Yeah, I definitely think, the nature of the group stage is very much that there's not a lot of matches that you really expect to be close, especially in the first couple of matches, because you'll have the top seeds and the bottom seeds kind of playing it out. And, the middle gaps can sometimes be quite big. But I think the casted games have definitely all been quite close. We've definitely seen really good games come out today.
You say that, and I think also, though, they've been favorites. You watch the first map and you think the team, in all cases, the team that wins this map is probably going to win the series. And then somehow, some way, the other team manages to put out a performance. Like in that last series, Vanguard came out at Hanamura with some miracle stuff, that second last team fight, which I mentioned about 9 times, somehow winning that team fight through the grace of God or whatever it was. And on the other side, on their attack as well, getting those 2 ticks that ended up being so critical to them actually holding that. Stuff like that coming out shows that at this stage of the tournament, in this finals weekend, you really can make something happen just by putting in a lot of effort.
Do you think there were any upsets? We, as Blur and I, were completely wrong in our predictions for this last match. We thought it was going to go the way of Vanguard. What about yourself? Or was there at least anything that was closer than you expected?
I completely agree with your call about Vanguard. I really thought that, having seen Laden in scrims and in recent kind of performances, and taking into account the changes they made to their roster, losing Blur, losing Smiley, and adding in 2 not upgrades, not necessarily downgrades. I think there's not many upgrades from Blur, but bringing in, moving Seraphim into that main support role, there's a lot of question marks around that. I've always had question marks about how nailed down their 6-man actually is, and seeing them come out today with a solid 6-man that looked decently put together, was something I wasn't expecting, and I think Vanguard just crumbled under the pressure that Ladon were putting on them. So that was a surprise to me. Otherwise, I think mostly what we were expecting 2CP to be stronger now than they ended with ended stage 2 with, and I think Lag Beast kind of echoed that sentiment as well in the pre and post show, and they ended up playing that way. So that wasn't so surprising. I think we all thought Cubs haven't been looking that great recently in terms of things, and I'm quite hot on Risen and how they've performed, and I think Bubbles especially performed to expectations there, and Minitech as well. But again, he's kind of playing from a bit of a disadvantage. The team not quite built around him in the way that you'd be hoping for a player of his caliber.
I must admit, I thought Cubs would do a lot. Sorry, not Cubs. I thought that TSGT Mist would do a little bit better. We've seen a lot of strength out of them recently. And I must admit, they did catch Lag Beast off guard there a little bit. Yeah. He was nervous at some stage when we were sitting with him off screen.
Oh man, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah,
I'm excited tomorrow to sit back and kind of just watch the games from a spectator's point of view and be able to feel the feels. But sorry, Blur, go ahead.
Lag was definitely sweating. We were sitting with him in the channel above while waiting for the games to go, and he was definitely sweating a little bit. You could hear his voice got gradually higher and higher as the game went, because he thought, the team is. We thought we had this in the bag, but it's kind of could go either way, and I think that's a good credit to them. If there's anything I'm actually particularly shocked about today, though, I think I think it has to be how out of the kind of mold that Route 66 game for Cubs and Risen was. Like, besides that Route 66 game, Risen were very much in control of that match. But that Route 66 game, Cubs completely controlled. They were so dominant there, and it was really frustrating for me that they weren't able to carry. Like, I thought that would be the point where they're like, okay, we've identified a potential, kind of win con and play style that we can kind of exploit against them, and we can go from, and then we immediately go to Hanamura, and it's just like back to regularly scheduled programming, and they rushed through, they speed ran Cubs on the attack there.
The problem with Cubs' performance on Route 66, it was so reliant on Minitake getting 4 kills in a 1v6 situation. And I think when you're relying on that, it's really hard to repeat that. So you get those moments like on Route 66 where they full hold basically only off of that play right there of Minitake popping off in a single moment. And you can't rely on him to do that over and over and over again. So yeah, you saw it again on Blizzard World where they looked pretty decent actually, Cubs, in my opinion. Minitake really performing well, but that's not, you can't play Overwatch like that. You can't rely on a single player to perform at that level at all times.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting to see that the seeding has come out pretty accurately for all of our games here. Laden was the highest seed in this last one. They were seeded 7th, Vanguard seeded 10th. Risen and Overwatch Cubs seeded 12th and 13th respectively. Was weirdly, like you say, it was not actually a close match at any stage. Risen completely flattened on the 3 maps that they won, and then Cubs flattened on the one map that they did take. So the rest of the groups have actually pretty much worked out the same sort of way. In Group A, ATK, coming in as our top seed, as our unanimous favorite, has managed to go 2-0 today. So they're going to be quite happy with this. And they managed to take it 3-0 on each one of those maps. So, very strong performance coming out from them. Evo Esports coming in there with 1 win out of their 1 game. They managed to take out Re-Ace Legion, who has lost both of their matches. Overclocked Esports just losing their 1 to ATK at that stage. But all of those pretty much 3-0 sweeps for now. So, the big difference that we expected out of Group A, pretty much expected what we got the results that we expected. Group B, very similar sort of story. Beastie Boys, formerly Snorlax, was very dominant in their performances, taking both of their matches 3-0. Second on that log is Vanguard, who've lost 1 and won 1. And that was much closer between them. So Laden now managing to pick up the victory in this match puts them 3rd on that table, and overtime dropping down to the bottom of that means that they are going to be struggling tomorrow when they come in, having to face off there to try and get a single victory in that. For Group C, OG Kintsugi coming out with both of their wins, and so did RQ Odyssey. So both of them again 3-0, just separating themselves up from that bottom seed, and that was interesting from there. And then obviously we got to watch all the Group D matches today between XVG 2CP, who managed to go on and take their 2nd victory after that, and Risen now managing to pick up 1 game here. TSGT missed, losing their only match, and Overwatch Cubs losing both of theirs. Any big surprises out of there from you guys?
Not really. Vanguard and Laden, yeah.
That's pretty much par for the course. I think I was surprised at how one-sided Risen and Cubs were, I guess. But at the end of the day, it was a 3-1, so that's not unexpected. Looking at the groups, though, for the most part, the matches we're really interested in is 2 versus 3. The team that's going to finish 2nd versus the team that's going to finish 3rd. That's really where the key battle is going to happen, with the exception of Group C, where we're looking at the team that finishes 1st and the team that finishes 2nd. That's the matchup for grabs. That's going to be our last match tomorrow. OG Kintsugi taking on Rage Quit Odyssey. Both of them have already beat the other 2 teams in the league, and I think we're looking pretty solid at Calypso, being able to beat out Kitsune. So it's really those first 2 slots, and that's quite a fascinating battle to see. But we'd expect both of them to end up in the upper bracket, of course, top 2 going through to that. But otherwise, completely all according to Keikaku. My script writing is playing out exactly as I wrote it.
Yeah, and I think again, because of how the seeds are organized, Group A and B, those top spots are kind of sealed, because you look at ATK's group, the next seed down from ATK is 8th place, or 8th place, so you're expecting them to really, walk over their competition there. And you look at the Beastie Boys, and it's a very similar kind of group outlay. Vanguard and Laden might be close, but Beastie Boys is just a different beast entirely.
Yeah.
But you know, Group C, Group D. I mean, we saw a really good game between TSG and XPG today. You know, XPG showing that they're back on track, back on script, and doing really, really well. It has to be said. And you know, tomorrow we're going to see the Kintsugi Odyssey game come out. Odyssey with a chance to kind of upset their OG counterparts. Yeah. See if they can yoink a Group C top spot finish for them.
Yeah, that's going to be cool to see.
So what do you think it is about the top seeded teams that it is setting them so far apart? Because, I mean, when you can do it, where the games that we watched were 3-1, yes, but most of them were still pretty definitive. What is it about the upper level teams, the teams that have come through this elite division, that's separating them out, son?
For me, it's and what I'm about to say is kind of supported entirely by the Beastie Boys. I think a lot of it just comes down to mechanical skill. I think you look at a team like ATK. I said this on the podcast. It was quite controversial, apparently, but I'm going to say it again. Because you all ended up agreeing with me by the end of it, even though I didn't argue my point. ATK have 6 of the best players in their role in the country. Perhaps the best 6 players in each of their roles in the country. And on top of that, I mean, I mentioned every time I watch them play, they're so scary, so polished as well. They're a kind of confluence of the best of both worlds. Such incredible meta skill, macro skill, but the micro skill is also on another level compared to other teams. Compared to a team like Beastie Boys, where the macro skill is in the bin, absolutely hot garbo, because they don't even try most of the time. But their personal mechanics are on some other kind of level, and they're able to use that to beat everybody except for the team whose macro is better than theirs. So that for me is the big difference. How good is your micro? How good are you at playing your role and your hero to its effectiveness? Hitscan DPS is always a standout. Main tank, another one. 2 roles where how well you play those roles are a big part of how well your team performs. And we saw guys like Kerry today, Pyro firing back in his own right, Miniteg for Cubs as well. Those roles can be a huge difference maker in how your team performs. We see the players with more consistent, high-level mechanical skill tend to be performing a lot better, at least in South African Overwatch.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. I think also we have to layer team dynamics on top of that, because you know, you mentioned Beastie Boys having a weak macro understanding. I think their macro understanding is fantastic. I think their team dynamics are in the toilet from what we've seen in previous games.
We're talking on a mechanical level, like they're all friends and they like each other and they enjoy playing together, but they don't.
Yeah, but so they understand the interactions. They understand like how they can influence the game on a large scale. I think that it's just the way they kind of construct that macro, the way they construct that greater. They have the understanding, but they just decide not to use it. But you know what? Hopefully we're wrong, and when we actually see them on cast, where they come out with the best Overwatch we've seen in South Africa to date. But we'll have to see. But I think, you know, we look at Nari talked about macro and micro being the kind of like defining difference between the levels of like Vanguard, Laden, and then the teams below, the Overtimes, Tunes, and you know, the Re-Ace Legions that are really just starting to come into their own and starting to kind of get a grasp of space. And you know, I think it's a like skill floor, skill ceiling kind of argument. Is that, you know, ATK is at the ceiling of South African Overwatch. Beastie Boys, you know, probably there as well, like a little bit behind. But then, you know, you look at the chasing pack, the 3rd to 7th, and you say, you know, they're between the floor and the ceiling, and then the floor of micro and the kind of intersection of micro and macro is that 7th and 8th, that, you know, overclocked, that Laden, that Vanguard, that we would be expecting the distance to be, or the gaps between those teams to be, you know, who pops off on the day, who's mechanically a little bit stronger, and not based on like who's overwhelmingly or like better constructed or who's winning on the team dynamic.
I don't disagree with that.
Well, looking forward to tomorrow's match. Is going to be 2 of the biggest matches that we've got. Certainly 2 of the closest ones that we've got. 3 o'clock tomorrow, we've got Overclock Esports taking on Evo Esports. That's your 8th and the 9th seed in that Group A. Both of them going to be desperately wanting to win that, because that's going to determine who's basically going to be going through to that winner's bracket. And there in Group C, we've got OG Kintsugi taking out Rage Quit Odyssey. Both of them undefeated so far from today. And so they're going to look for that victory to take them through to the upper brackets in the first position from their group. Could certainly be very, very critical for who you match up to in your road to the finals. OG Kintsugi, they're ranked 3rd, and Rage Quit Odyssey 6th. What do you guys think of those matches, Blur?
Like, having seen VODs, every match between them has been quite close from what I've seen. Like, it's been Kintsugi's wins, but it's always been, you know, if the ults had been used 3 seconds earlier, if the team fight had come this way. But Kintsugi are just such a consistent beast. They're such a consistently top performer, and it's difficult to root against, whether I want to or not. It's difficult to root against what that team puts out every week when they come out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think big question marks for me around OG, just because Blur's seen them. I haven't seen them since Terran Lord was on the team many months ago. So really interested to see what they look like when they play. The results have been decent, but they do drop maps to a lot of teams. One of those teams is Rage Quit Odyssey, even in the most recent stage. So these teams are on a level where they can take maps off each other. And when it all comes down to it, I've seen Odyssey recently, and I think they look pretty good. And with some changes to the roster, JRV stepping out for Rinku, it seems like in that main hit scan role. I stand to be corrected on that, but we'll see tomorrow, I suppose. That could be an interesting change. And it could really perhaps propel them into a place where OG can't quite deal with them. But OG have some heavy hitters on their side, some serious carry players that you need to deal with. And I think it's going to come down to how Rage Quit are able to deal with players like Rex and like Alvin Slayer on Diablo, those kind of players. That's going to be a big part of whether they can take down OG. Looking at the other match, though, we haven't spoken about Evo and Overclock. Peach, how are you feeling about Evo tomorrow?
Thumbs up on here.
Thumbs up, thumbs
Mommy,
up.
they can't hear me.
Yeah, so say.
Yes.
Yes. So Peach is confident about his chances against Evo. I don't share his confidence, unfortunately. I think Evo's looking pretty strong. And I think, no, we've had enough of you now. Thank you. You have your moment in the sunlight. Okay.
Go back to producer jail, Peach.
Exactly. So I think Evo in this, I've spoken extensively to Blur about Evo because he coaches Evo. He coaches Overclocked as well, so he'll be able to give perhaps a bit of a better insight on those teams. But I think the previous meta really donkeyed Evo's chances of performing well. That's why they struggled so much in the previous stage. Dropping out of Elite Division, and that's why the low seed that they are. So Overclock might come in with the higher seed, but I think the changes that Evo have made in the off-season, bringing in Smiley in place of Wallace as well, going to help Evo, I think, push past Overclock. And beating Overclock for me is an issue of dealing with Cubic. So if they can do that, Evo will be sitting pretty guard side as well, not to disrespect the Stellar DPS. So I think that's going to be an interesting match as well, but I think Evo are looking stronger.
I think we'll go through it a little bit tomorrow, but I think we also sleeping on Luke a little bit from Overclock. But I have superlatives for Evo. I think they're a really good team, and I think the moment that when everything just clicks for that team, when everyone just like puts aside, I don't want to play this, I hate double barrier, blah 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 blah, whatever. When you see them actually just click in that gameplay style, it's just so clean. They're such a devastating team, and there's such a good collective level in that team that I'm really looking forward to seeing if seeing them able to come out and the comps they've practiced tomorrow.
Tomorrow is going to promise a huge amount of amazing Overwatch. It's going to be that 2 games. Starting off at 3 o'clock is when the game goes live, guys. So join us from about 2:30 when we join in with this. Get the feelings for it. See how the casters are feeling on that day and the panel discussions there. Thank you to all of our guests who joined us here today. Lagbeast, Zede, Mish, and Naori Mizuki. Go follow them on all their social medias, guys. They know their stuff. They share some great content. Maybe a meme thrown in there or here or there. Blur, where can we find you on the socials?
You can find me on Twitter at blur_RSA. I have a very poorly aged tweet as my most recent tweet because I wrongly predicted the scoreline between the Laden and Vanguard game by a great degree.
And when it's reinstated, it just exists. You can't get rid of it, hey? It's there for immortality.
It's over.
Sun?
You can find me on Twitter at SunPhoenix, SUNPHEONYX. I've been tweeting a lot recently. I recently learned that it's remuneration, not remuneration. I thought I'd share that with the Twitterverse because it's very important to learn things in life. Otherwise, it's mostly Overwatch related things.
Our other caster today was Miru. He did a great job there. Interesting way of phrasing some of his frustrations in some of the games, but definitely
He's like,
give him some
punches, Mary. It's a different dynamic for sure.
It's nice to have that honest edge sometimes where you just go, wow, we're struggling at this stage, or this team is struggling. So guys, go give him some love. Miru Overwatch on Twitter. He'd love that. I'm at Altruism if you guys are interested in finding me anywhere. Obviously, we've had our 3 guys. It was at Mish with 5 eyes. _1 at Naora Mizuki and at lag_beast on Twitter. That's been fantastic. Of course, we've got to thank ATK for making this whole tournament possible. We've got a lot of action that's still to come because of them, and 50,000 Rand up for grabs in this tournament. It's going to be huge. 25,000 for the winning team. That's going to be a big chunk for whoever comes out as that top space. You're going to have to watch to see who comes out with that. If you want to give them some love on Twitter, it's at ATK Zone and at ATK Arena. Sorry, it's just at ATK Arena on Twitter. Fantastic work by them, and obviously for all your South African competitive Overwatch needs, you got to follow at Kauser on Twitter. So guys, from us,
for those of you paying attention,
there we go. Otherwise, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. It has been such a great day of Overwatch. We've got lots yet to come, and we'll see you tomorrow at Hoppers 2. We'll see you then. Bye.